I thought you guys were going to be at the same time.
Or you still want to?
But it's time to economic development.
Oh my gosh.
But you need absolutely.
They can just be.
Just read count meetings in a row, so yeah, so they want to start.
Bonus, you know.
Or you can have permission.
Always forget to talk. Good, council meeting. Getting pretty scary. Can you show up my brain?
No.
Oh, nice.
It was just a cameo. There, that was
Was that where did I get out?
Let's not go there.
That's a yes.
Do we know where Shirley is? I've done this ever since she's been in Mexico, really.
I was in Mexico.
Again?
No.
Oh, Sharon was gone earlier in the year.
She's the one that blonde hair.
There's a small chance she's in Mexico. I thought her and him were away at the same time.
She was away earlier.
It was way earlier.
She was in Mexico at that time.
Yeah.
It is.
We took twice in Mexico one year.
No,
Why not?
now 2019. I don't think I did one again this year. I normally sit around for 2 weeks.
That's a perfect one. That's just by turning the volume up. See if we can hear in the remote. Of course, it wasn't.
What are they?
So down. These fire protectors. So you're right. It's like for every one fire
Yeah. Make a decision.
I'll mention that. I know.
She was talking about yeah.
You know, I mean, it's worth
And there's something we should.
Are you next after Shirley?
Wouldn't be likely to miss me.
Yeah, no,
He's late, he's on the ferry.
Yeah.
You Sharon over
Is it working?
No, not looking for it. I know. It's okay. Would have been good.
I didn't see what you're trying to do, but a video?
No, it's just the polling. We're stopping to do a manual. That's what we do. But everything else is working?
Yep.
Where's our manual?
Do you know?
Oh, it's 6 up at mine. I'm gonna do just a case of reconditioning. It's a case of launches up. I'm acting there.
I'm safe making that.
As far as I know.
Okay, okay.
She was trying to get, they never got.
Right, okay, good job, we need one to take.
Yeah.
It's feel great.
Yeah.
C versus 12, and Tony's leaving for speed.
Oh,
Margin there. Okay, so three on small.
I don't need this. I'll still use my mouse.
Yeah, sorry.
So you would switch to yours? Move it back to my, okay. I don't know how you did that, but whatever, I'm sure.
My crash out is overall. It's like, so easy.
Oh, sorry. Who's have any stick, get them to write them down, and I can
Yeah.
calculate them out.
Yeah.
While you're working on my thoughts.
Yeah.
I think that was intentional. Should take it out. Make it a try not to. I don't want to mention it. Is Raider really said later? She lives up there. I'm angry, you know. You watch yourself, I'm not. But that's a little freaky.
I know. There's no way to turn it off though. Yep. I like the online agenda better.
Never been.
Have you gone to buy yourself?
Yeah.
No, neither have I.
Okay, we're going to call the special committee of the whole meeting to order. Good afternoon and welcome to the January 28th special committee of the whole meeting. I'd like to first recognize that we are in the traditional territory of the Tsleil First Nations. Our clerk today is Ms. Snellgrove. Do we have any introduction of late items?
No late items.
Could I have a motion for the adoption of the agenda as amended? Seconded? Sorry, we had Dawn and Ben. Okay, we have some presentations. I'm going to turn it over to Jake for...
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, call the motion. Okay, nobody
Thank you again, another one of our series of workshops. This one's on economic development, which is a major issue, you know, diversification of our tax base, that type of thing. We have two well-known people in the economic development field that have been actually here working with the city in the previous time, and I'll let them self-introduce themselves in a minute. For me, today it's just about getting the subject matter on the table for you, so you have a sense of what we're talking about when we're, you know, so we're all clear on what economic development is. There's a little bit of a background they're going to be provided by Bill Corson in terms of where we've been recently and that type of thing, but it's more about looking forward and trying to build a bit of a game plan. So I think for today, a goal, and we have till 4 o'clock here, if we need that much time, is to build your collective awareness of what with it subject matter that we're talking about, and see if we can't etch out a bit of a game plan in terms of moving forward. And to me, that means next steps. There's a couple of ideas that we've got in terms of probably need to refresh our economic development strategy. Another is how do we, what's our niche in the network of all the agencies that are doing work in this field right now in this community and bits and pieces of it. And then any other next steps that you feel are desirable or necessary. So it's really an easy afternoon just to kind of get it on the table, get our comfort level up in terms of what we're talking about, because it's a very broad subject, and then and start pointing in a bit of a direction if we can. That would be what I'd suggest this afternoon is about. And I'll turn it over now to Bill Corson. He's going to give us the update of where we've recently been and all that kind of stuff.
Do you want me to use them?
That's be audio.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so yeah, my goal today is just to give you a bit of an update. Most of you are familiar with various aspects of economic development, but I'd like to basically take you through. Sorry, just grab the recording. So I'll just basically give you some background, talk about the function as it exists in the past, where it is today, talking about the work we did last year, so you can get a sense of what we accomplished. I spent a bit of time just talking about our partners. There's a lot of people involved in economic development in the city and in the region, and I want to make sure that you have a sense of who they are and what they do. And then we'll give you an idea of some things we're working on in 2019, subject to whatever direction you give us today. So we've had the department function anyway since the 80s, so it's certainly not something that is new to the city. And the city's taken on a strong leadership role in terms of economic development in the region. And over that time, there's many programs and initiatives put in place. And most of it was done previously as an in-house model, then we went external, and now we're back in-house. So we're one of the, I guess a few Dale will tell us about this later, but quite a few municipalities go through this iteration of in-house, out-of-house, back in-house, hybrid. So prior to, I guess, 2011, before NEDC was set up, economic development was run in-house. So you can see the budget was 1.15 million. That also included tourism, so we have to able to combine. And so we have 3 economic development staff, and then 2 doing destination development, and then tourism and IMO had a separate contract and had staff there, and we provided a grant to film the IMO. So then that all changed when NEDC was set up. And yes, question?
The chair, I'm just curious, was the tourism Nanaimo that's a separate organization and that we just had a fee for service with them? Or that wasn't?
Was anything else?
We were funded by the city. We were a separate organization, not for profit, but we received funding from the province, Destination BC, I think, marketing, AMRET. But no, but the city absolutely funded us as well.
Right, there's a separate organization at Cosmo. And then with the destination development, that's like tourism focused or destination development for recruitment?
No, for tourism. So then when NEDC was set up, the funding was increased to just under 1.4 million a year. And again, this was tourism and economic development. The RDN put money in, about $170,000 a year for Gabriel Island and some of the Victoria areas, as well as those are the main funding sources. There was also through Square One, which was the incubator. There was some rental income that came from that, as well as grants and advertising. So a big mandate for NEDC, lots of things to cover. And I think as most of you know, that wound down in 2016. Then it came in-house. So this is where we are today. So we have 1 full-time employee, which is Amrit, for those of you who met Amrit. And council recently contracted out tourism. So you can see there's the tourism contract at $660,000. And in terms of economic development, we're currently putting in $155,000 a year. So we're at $815,000 a year if you think of the previous models, as opposed to the 1.4 or the 1.2 million in the past. In terms of where economic development sits in the city right now, so economic development's under community development. So obviously Dale's the director there, and then I look after the units called business development, which is economic development, real estate, business licensing, and our permit center. So those were brought together to basically kind of provide more of a coordinated effort on those files. And then tourism right now sits under Parks and Rec with Mr. Harding. So some of the things we did last year, we're just really starting last year, was kind of a chance to relaunch economic development within the city. One of the first things we did was, as part of the development cost charge review, we created a new downtown tax exemption zone to encourage multifamily and commercial development. We've undertaken a home-based business bylaw review. We'll be bringing that to you shortly with some amendments to the zoning bylaw. We updated our community profile and just kind of got started on the basic marketing materials for economic development. Amrit was quite heavily involved in this Mid-Island Tech Strategy, which is a collaboration between various municipalities and EDOs to attract technology sector to the region. And one of the things we did that was quite helpful was we had 3 economic development roundtables where we brought all our partners together, and we started basically introducing ourselves and talking about what work's going on and what issues are there. So it was really kind of a chance for us just to all sit around the table and get to know each other. So these are it's a good slide that Amber's put together. So in terms of economic development, there's a lot of people doing things. So I think, maybe it's not a misconception, but there's a lot of people doing economic development. The city certainly has a role, and I think one of the things we need to work with the council on is to find out what our actual role is and where we fit in this group. So you can see by this list. So what I was going to do is just basically take you through each of the partners, and through our last economic development roundtable, we basically asked each person to comment on their achievements. I'm not going to read them all to you, but I'm just going to give you a flavor of what each person is doing. So Mid-Island Business Initiative, which is a private sector funded group that looks after business attraction. And we had a meeting actually last week in Vancouver to help attract business to the region. So that was quite successful. Leonard Krog was there representing. The airport is obviously very busy right now in terms of the terminal expansion project, the new flights to Toronto, the passenger growth. We just passed Comox, so lots happening at the airport. We don't really work directly with them. They're a partner. Certainly help in terms of marketing, but we don't have a direct relationship with them. Tourism Vancouver Island. So obviously this is a contract we just signed for them to help improve tourism to the region. And I think they're all aware of the good work they've been doing in terms of the marketing and kind of building collaboration and relationships between the various partners, especially between the Nanaimo Hospitality Association and the Convention Center. Port Authority, again, lots going on there with the island ferries potentially happening this summer. The new Western Canada Marine Response Corporation on the Assembly Wharf, the Vehicle Processing Center, their boat basement plan, just to mention a few things, so lots going on there. The Chamber of Commerce, so really stepped up last year in terms of an advocacy position, and thanks to Kim Smythe, he helped lead the night market downtown, which I think is a huge success and really filled a much needed void that was existing, so kudos to them. And they were also very heavily involved in terms of the speculation tax lobbying effort that went on and representing obviously the business community. The Vancouver Economic Alliance, so this is George Hansen's group, who did kind of a larger scale of things for the area, and 2 of the big ones are probably the Island Good program, which maybe you've seen at Country Grocer, where you can see products that are actually marketed or made on the island, and then they're trying to increase that productivity. That's been really successful. And there's also the new Foreign Direct Investment Initiative, which is to encourage more people to export and come to the island. So that's been really good. Conference Center, I think has done really well last year. They've really improved in terms of delegate days. They're booking a lot more conferences. And with the fresh contract, they seem to be on the right foot. In terms of First Nations, so we have worked in the past with Petroglyph Development Group on their projects. So we have the Saskatchewan Business Plan. They have their forestry company that we've helped them with, and firewood sales. That's brilliant. Council's aware of those. MTech Makerspace might not be one all of you are aware of. This is Rebecca Kirk's group, who are looking at helping grow the tech sector in town in terms of kind of creating the right environment for people to want to come and invest in downtown and in the community. The Hospitality Association, so this is all the hotels who work together to promote Nanaimo, and obviously very involved in tourism in Nanaimo. But they also have a grant program where they help seed money to various tourism operators and partners for events in town. They're very influential. The Vancouver Island Multicultural Society, so we've had a few meetings with them. And they're really important in terms of bringing in new immigrants and readying them for the market and getting them into the workplace. Community Futures, so they're important in terms of helping to grow local businesses and provide loans and help businesses with their business planning. And Innovation Island is a provincial organization that helps grow the tech sector in terms of mentoring and funding of some of the smaller tech companies. So those are kind of all the partners, so lots going on there. I don't want to take up too much time. But in terms of this year, these are some of the things that Amber and I are working on. One of the things we've heard a lot about is employment lands, and we don't have enough industrial lands. As part of the OCP review, we're hoping to get a bit of review of the employment lands. We're looking to do more work on the Mid-Island Tech Strategy, phase 2 of that. Out of the home-based business bylaw, we identified some training needs for local businesses, so we're looking at running some training sessions there. Kim Smythe's looking at organizing a series of business walks with the community, and Dale will tell us more about those, but we'll partner with the Chamber on those. We're going to do some more work on our marketing collateral material, and Council did pass a motion for kind of larger engagement with the business community and the wider community in terms of economic development, so that's something that we'd be looking at doing, probably using our economic roundtables, but maybe expanding that as well. So that's all I have for you right now, and really the purpose of today is for Dale and Colleen to take you through kind of a 101 on economic development.
Any questions, Council? Councillor Hazelberg?
Through the chair, of course, and I'm curious, just the setup of the round tables. Now, is that like a city facilitated?
Yes, so we started those last March. So basically we invited kind of the key stakeholders to the table just to basically, hi, we're here.
Yeah.
Let's talk about what we're doing, the work that's going on, issues, those type of things.
And that was be like a 3-hour type thing, or how long?
Yeah, we kept about 2 hours.
2 hours?
Yeah, each person, try to keep it somewhat tight. Each person
Yeah.
generally got like 15 minutes to talk about their, whatever they wanted to pass on to them.
And then the city took minutes and that type of thing of it?
Yep.
Councillor Turley?
Yes, Chair through the presenters, can I ask a favor of you, please? Would you mind moving that way so we can actually see the screen?
Happy to sit down.
Thank you. Well, and the one.
Hang on, you got another one, Councillor Bonner?
Done?
I'm done.
Okay. Thank you, through the chair to Bill. Can you tell me, has over the years, the city done any work on attracting employees and skilled employees to Nanaimo to help create a pool for businesses coming here?
I'd have to defer on to this position.
We haven't done any direct campaigns on bringing talent here, but we have had a lot of talent come here, and we've done surveys of talent that has come here, and some of the things that they've mentioned in terms of coming here is lifestyle, affordability. Those are all the reasons that they've chosen to come here, but we haven't done a direct campaign at all.
And the reason I was asking, you meet the nicest people when you travel on the bus, and I met an MBA student today, and we were at the bus stop waiting for the bus to come by, and he was from India, and he so much likes it here. He thinks that we don't have traffic issues at all because he lives in the capital. And but he was. I asked him, "Are you going back?" And he said, "I'm thinking of maybe not going back." So I was kind of curious as what sort of programs and how do we offer ways for people who are coming here, are coming to VIU, which has a large foreign student, to attract and keep those people here for certain jobs coming up. That's the reason I was raising it. Yeah, great question.
I think if we did more internships, we could certainly do a program around, increasing, getting employers to recognize the talent that already exists here. And a lot of these people want to live here, and sometimes they move away only because they can't find a job here. So we need to get the employers here to start taking more internships and starting to build that talent in and keep the talent here. There are a number of companies that are doing a really good job of that. VMAC does that actually. They've got a lot of internship programs, and they end up retaining that talent. So I think if we could see more of that, that would be very beneficial in keeping those people here.
And And he was actually looking for an internship, actually. And so would you see that as something the city could help coordinate with Vancouver University?
Absolutely, absolutely. And the city itself, being a large employer, can take part in that. I'm not sure that we actually take advantage of that program. But I know we worked with the union in the past. In the Economic Development Office actually had an internship student to come and help us. So it's really, really good. I know they're always looking for those opportunities. So we could explore that here at the city as well as helping facilitate that with other businesses in our community.
Thanks.
Mr. Riddle?
So just back to the presentation, and this might give you a flavor for, so the roundtables, people come in and report what they're doing, but how's this all kind of coordinated so that we're all kind of marching in the same direction? And what's our role as a city in this? All those entities that are there. We had a role in the past. These economic development functions kind of go like this, and and what's happened here, there might be some unique history to Nanaimo, but it's not really when you think about models kind of come and go anyway with economic development in cities, been my experience. So I wouldn't see that necessarily as unusual. And so we're in a place, and we need to be clear on what we think our role is. It would be nice to have a refresh of our economic development strategy, which I understand is a 2011 document. In that, it may speak to workforce needs and what type of, what are the, we did this in Abbotsford, what were the shortages, what were the challenges in getting skilled workforce, and what kind of skilled workforce were you looking for? So then you try to get programs going to tailor to those particular niches that you're trying to expand or that type of thing. So, and in the roundtables, we kind of, I think that's a great idea, but maybe we can take that to another level with outcomes and where we move things. So again, we're at a very square level playing field here today, and we're just trying to get you all a common set of information, but then get a sense from you as to how you would like to move forward on the subject, knowing that we've not finished our strategic plan, that type of thing. But we're trying to sort of work. It would be nice to get some general sense of direction out of today a little bit. Not that we have to put too much pressure on you, because there's a lot of things that you're going to have to be asked to think about. And if I could turn it over to Dale and Colleen now, just to introduce those folks. Sorry.
We have one more question, Councillor Turner.
Yeah, Chair, through to Jake. So the roundtable discussion, I don't know who can answer this, but did it involve any of those type of discussions, or?
Well, we had 3 of them. So the first one was really just, this is what we do. This is what we achieved in 2017. We had one at the airport, which was more about forward thinking, what people want to work on. And then the last one we had in December was, here's what we plan to achieve. So one of the things we wanted to do this year was to actually get a tool of reference together for those roundtables and actually have an outlook, because it's great to sit around the table and talk, but it's good to actually have why are we actually here, why are we doing these meetings, what's the output of these meetings.
So the slate is kind of clean at the moment.
It's very clean. Yeah, it's been good to get the partners together. I think they're all willing to meet, but we can give it information.
Turn it back over to Mr. Riddle for the
I was just going to introduce Dale and Colleen, and I've known them through a couple of previous iterations of this very similar workshop. Back in 2014, they came into the city of Abbotsford and did a similar session with that new council. And the outcome of that exercise was an in-house department got reestablished, and that's grown into a broad-based thing, which includes communications, special events, sort of a holistic kind of thing. Prior to that, folks came in and led a session which ultimately the council of the day decided they wanted an economic development corporation without land purchasability. So they wanted it just to be economic development in a standalone entity, which sounds familiar, and so that's the direction we went there. So it's really depends on the consensus of the elected officials in which direction you'd like to go, and what's right for us now. So we're very much in, and again, I think we mentioned during business planning that we don't have an additional budget in this year's budget for this subject matter. So if there's enhancements to this, we'll have to either put it in this fall's budget or seek to amend this year's budget at some point in time to add additional resources. We're not anywhere close to that. This is just getting it on the table today, and I'll turn it over to Dale and Colleen, and look forward to the afternoon.
Mr. Wheaton, you're going to have to use the mic, I'm sorry.
Oh,
It's being on the videotape.
Okay, so it's not here. So,
Thank you very much. I know it's not set up very good here.
No.
Good. Okay, so well, thanks very much, Jake, for having us here. Both Colleen and I have a bit of a background in Nanaimo as well, as have come here on a few different occasions. Just a little bit of background about myself. So I've been doing economic development since 1991. I guess started off actually as an elected official, council member in a small town called Lillooet. I don't know if you've heard of that place, but small town of Lillooet, and then worked my way into economic development in 91. Did that for 9 years in Lillooet, and then came to Chilliwack and took over the Chilliwack Economic Partners Corporation in 2000, ran it till 2007, then left and went on our own. And then Colleen, why don't you just introduce yourself too? I think you might have to come up.
Yeah, it's like I'm in the Oscars, and we have to accept my award, and thank everyone.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Colleen, and I've been in economic development for about 25 years, and half of that has been in Amrit's position, really, as an economic development officer for 13 years in the city of Kelowna, and we were responsible for the central Okanagan. So we worked in a regional function in-house department, so we can speak about that later on in the presentation. And the last 12 or 13 years or so doing on the consulting side of things and working with different communities to help them get their economic development goals reached. And today my role here is to really support Dale as he goes through the presentation. And we've got a few breakout sort of things that I'll get you started on, and we'll get to something at the end that we hope looks like a direction for you folks.
Great. Thanks, Colleen. So we, we've been around. Sounds bad. We've been around the province, and we've been around in the States and in across Canada, Alaska, all over the place. And the unique thing about economic development, I think, compared to a lot of other departments within local government, is that it is very unique to you individually, to your community. What Vancouver wants is different than what Nanaimo wants. What Surrey wants is different than what Nanaimo wants. What Kamloops wants is different than what Nanaimo wants. What Frederickstead, Virgin Islands wants is totally different than what you want. You need to make it your own program. What we're going to try to show you today is sort of what some of those broad programs are that economic development agencies in every different communities try to structure. And at any time, please feel free to jump in, ask a question. I don't want you to wait until the end. I want you to ask as we go through things. Your question about workforce is very relevant in today's world. I mean, when I've been dealing over the last, I run the British Columbia Economic Development Association, so get communities phoning all the time. And one of the biggest things right now is in northern BC, the routes between Prince George and Kitimat that are all asking that same question. How do we manage this influx of workforce that we're going to need in every single one of our communities? And so it's an issue everywhere. So we've seen very unique programs established in Calgary and Edmonton and Prince George, around that very issue of attracting workforce. How do we work with our businesses? And local governments are taking the lead. So it's definitely a role that local governments can take, and generally it's been identified in an economic development strategy that you establish. So it's part of that more focused program that you're targeting, those that you're targeting as a sector to support. I wouldn't mind if we could, just because we don't know everybody, I wouldn't mind if we could go around the room and just quickly introduce yourself, say who you are, council member, whatever, if we could, just...
Sure, Tyler Brown, councillor.
Okay.
Don Bonner, councillor, business owner.
Great.
Ian Thorpe, councillor.
Cheryl Armstrong, councilman.
Ben Gusbrock, councillor.
Jim Turley, new councillor, previous chair of the Yes Committee in Nanaimo.
Okay.
Zenny Martman, councillor.
Erin Hammonds, counselor.
Okay, great.
Richard Hart, Parks and Recreation.
Dan Lindsay, Community Development.
Yeah, good name.
Bill Simmons, Engineering Public Works.
Of course, in community development.
All right, and then back here.
Gabrielle Stano.
Sky, student coordinator, deputy officer.
And Amrit.
Yeah, Economic Development Officer.
All right. Known Amrit for 20 years, something like that? at least?
25, yeah.
Sorry, you're at the back there in the audience.
General citizen, and I'm going to be watching and listening very closely to see how arts and culture fits into economic development in the city.
Wow, interesting. Okay, so we don't have a specific section on that, but arts and culture will come up, so it's all good. No problem. So again, these are the things we're going to go through. We're going to have a bit of an overview. We're going to talk about preparing, engaging with your business community, business retention, expansion, and entrepreneurship, investment readiness and attraction, and then putting economic development to action. And we're going to ask you in two different sections specifically to sort of provide us with some input. So in economic development.
If you've ever noticed a new business opening in the neighborhood and felt a little proud of your community,
that's economic development.
that's economic development.
That's economic development.
If you've ever thought about retraining or upgrading your skills at a local college,
That's economic development.
If you've ever had to look for a new job and felt confident that you won't need to move,
Thanks.
economic development.
If you've ever watched your kids play in the park, reassured that they are going to be just fine when they grow up,
That's economic development.
if you've ever identified a gap in the community
and found resources to help, that's economic development.
I want to let you in on a little secret. Economic development is at the heart of every great community. Because a strong economy doesn't just mean more jobs. It means more opportunities, more choice, resiliency for everyone. So developing our economy really means developing our community. And dynamic, thriving communities don't happen by chance. It takes the efforts of skilled experts on the front lines working hard every day to make our community a little better. That's what we do. We are your economic development professionals. From local to provincial to national, our common objective is a stronger, more resilient, more inclusive economy. From new businesses to old industries, small towns to big cities, we understand what it takes to build a vibrant community, helping it grow stronger, where everyone has an opportunity to thrive.
How do we do it? Easy. With education and expertise, we collaborate to attract new businesses and work hard to champion for the ones we have, maybe even help them grow.
We can help navigate funding options, financing programs, and investment opportunities, and connect you with the right government resources. We know technology. We understand workforce development. We are experts in partnerships, mentorships, and apprenticeships.
We can work with councils to develop better strategies. We can work with schools to develop new training opportunities. We can work with community leaders to identify current gaps. And we love research. We can provide information on everything from local trends to international export regulations to implementing new technology to industrial cluster development. Yes, we know what that is. We do 1,000 different things, customized to the unique needs of our community, based on mountains of research and training and best practices. Because developing our economy is a science, and it is an art.
And to do it right requires a unique set of skills and experience to navigate the subtle layers and nuances of developing a stronger economy, a stronger community. We are the experts, working behind the scenes every single day, doing the heavy lifting, planting the seeds, connecting the dots on behalf of our community, town,
City, province,
region, country, from urban centers to the middle of the prairies,
way up north and out to the coast. This is how successful communities invest in the future.
in sustainability, in opportunity, in resiliency, in ourselves.
Which means creating a better place to live with purpose. A dynamic, thriving community for all of us. We are here for you so we can build a stronger community together. Let's get to work. Let's get to work.
let's get to work.
So that video is a partnership between all the provincial economic development associations, the national ones, international ones, Indigenous ones,
just did that last year. So, but it gives a really good understanding of sort of the broad depth of economic development that you're going to face in your communities. So what is economic development? Really, it's not smokestack season anymore. A lot of people always used to look at economic development as all they're doing is just trying to attract industry. And that's really not what it's about anymore. It's much more broad than that, and it actually has been broadened since about 1991. And actually, 1981, the national organization used to be called the Industrial Development Council, and it's now the Economic Development Council, because economic development is so much more than just trying to attract business to your community. And I'm hoping by the end of the day, you'll understand how the attraction of business, while it'll be a significant portion of your budget, is really a small piece of the outcome of the activities of your economic development department. It's really meeting those broader economic development objectives. It's informing infrastructure and services, so how our community's planning around it to be able to meet the needs of small, medium, and large businesses, new housing, to accommodate those, workforce development programs, all of those things become part of it, and you're improving the overall business climate. There used to be the day when economic development and community economic development were at odds. They would conflict with each other and what they were trying to do. In today's world, you can't do one without the other. You can't do economic development without community economic development, and you can't do community economic development without economic development. You need to focus on things like the quality of life, making sure that your community is a good place to live. You need to make sure that you're focusing on residents, because if you don't have the residents, you don't have the people to support the small and medium-sized enterprises or the workforce to support those other industries that are in your community. You need to focus on things like housing, social welfare, education, medical programs, making sure your hospital is staffed, those types of things, while you see communities all over the place working with their health authorities to attract healthcare workers, because that's always a challenge, especially in smaller regional communities. Economic development is focusing on those things of the standard of living, the business activity, the business climate, workforce, transportation issues, etc. So it's covering all things together under one umbrella. So it's a combination of community and community economic development. Some of the common goals: job creation. You're creating jobs. We used to do a voting thing on this, and it was always amazing to us how many communities would say job creation is number one. And really, job creation should not be your number one goal. It shouldn't be ultimately your goal, because you're not the ones creating the jobs. The businesses are creating the jobs. No matter what size they are, they're the ones that are creating the jobs, or you creating the environment for those jobs to exist in your community. Workforce development and skills training is a big part of economic development. Business retention and expansion. We're going to talk a lot more about that later. So keeping the businesses that you already have in your community. And again, it used to be that you just focus on those large employers. Now you're focusing on everybody. You're focusing on all different sectors of the economy. And what can you do to help them stay in business? Attracting new business, productive use of property, making sure that the downtown properties are the most effective use, or making sure that vacant land that you have is being put to its most effective use to the benefits of everyone. Quality of life, resident attractions, attracting new people to come into your community, diversifying your local economy, and sector development, whether that's tech sector, or whether it's the arts and culture sector, whether it's the retail sector, the tourism sector. Every sector, you're doing a lot of specific activities related to that sector. No one sector is the same. Every sector has different needs. What are those needs, and how can your community accommodate? Who should be involved? Economic development doesn't work if you just do it internally. Program can be run internally, but if all you do is you do the planning outside of this building and you don't engage with anybody else in the community, it doesn't work. There's so many other agencies and bodies of people that need to be involved, First Nation communities. If you're not engaging with your neighboring Indigenous communities, there's a huge opportunity there for partnerships, relationships, and encouraging things to happen around economic development in your community if you're bringing them to the table. There's a new initiative that I would encourage you, and I don't know if this has been done in Nanaimo at all, but the SETI initiative, which is a federal initiative through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and CANDO, which is the Canadian Aboriginal Northern Development Officers. There's a partnership program funded by the federal government that can help build those relationships, create some partnerships specific to whatever you decide it to be specific to, and it can be economic development. There's the provincial government has a program to create working partnerships between the Indigenous communities and local governments on specific initiatives that you may want to support. You need to engage with the business community, making sure that you're talking to them and having them as part of your programs. Community Futures organizations, which was talked about earlier, nonprofit organizations, there's a number of them out there that are playing a role in economic development, including chambers of commerce or other, I don't know if the arts and culture sector is a nonprofit organization. There's other, how can you bring them into your programs? The trusts, you work closely with Lynn over there on nicely. The universities and colleges, you have a huge asset up the hill. There's a huge asset to this community with Vancouver Island University. And it's something that's known all over the place, and I'm always seen as the center of it. The public utilities, your utilities, your public utilities, what role do they play in economic development? How can you bring Fortisyn or BC Hydro or any of the other utilities into your programs? Neighborhood groups, whether it's a local business improvement area or maybe it's an area out in Woodridge or what, I can't remember all the names now. I spent a lot of time here in my youth. I was looking at today at the park. Is it Bevan Park? Is it Bevan?
Yeah.
Used to do Easter egg hunts there every year as a kid. My grandparents. What is it? Bowen?
Bowen Park for Easter egg.
Okay, yeah, we used to go to that all the time. And my grandparents went to Townsite Church. Neighborhood groups, local residents need to engage with residents. Need to engage with youth. So many times we forget about the youth. We were complaining earlier about the workforce and people not staying here. Or are you staying here? Are they going to University in Vancouver to get the skills that they need for the career that they want? Is there a way to bring them back? But we never ask them. We assume we know what they need, but we don't know what they need because we don't talk to them. And it's always amazing to us when we do economic development strategies, when we go to high schools or we go and we talk to these student councils as to why they're here, because their parents forced them to be, what makes them want to stay here? Or is there anything that is in this community, or what is it they want to leave for? Can that be here in the community? And it helps to develop programs and initiatives to make sure that they come back to your community, to make investments, to live here, and to work in the businesses that are here. What are seniors? Huge assets to your communities. People that have built the community over the years. What keeps them here? What gaps are there? What types of things can we be doing to support their needs?
Mr. Chair, I just got a question here.
Sure, yes,
what did SETI stand for?
SETI, which one?
Like if the federal government has got...
Oh, SETI, Community Economic Development Initiative. So it's the SETI program through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and CanDo. Happy to provide Amrit or anybody with the information on that. We're doing an economic development summit. They're actually speaking out this year about some examples of communities around BC that have used the program and the partnerships that they're creating. So.
And Councillor Baldner, please.
Okay,
sorry for being late.
And welcome.
And Mr. Mayor, welcome.
So by your last slide there, then we could actually include, and probably should, be looking at the work that we're going to be doing in the near future on supportive housing.
Absolutely.
And the people who are going to be in there, and how would they, and how could we integrate all that into our economic development as well?
Yeah, all of that stuff, housing is a really big, major part of economic development today. So absolutely, anything you can do to engage with them as well as part of it. Yeah. As a matter of fact, a lot of economic development strategies now actually include things around supportive housing, or what kind of housing needs future needs of future residents are needed. The structure, and I know that Nanaimo has had various economic development structures. And as I said at the very beginning, how economic development is very unique to every community. There's not one program or anything that's always going to be the same in every single community. You can learn from others, but then you have to make it your own. The structure is no different. You have to establish something that works for you. whether it's an in-house program or an out-of-house program outside of local government. But no matter what happens, no matter what economic development program that you come up with, there's the one thing that's in common. Economic development can't happen without you. A proper program is going to have the involvement of local government at some level. There is going to be somebody involved. Either there's a local government, regional government. There has to be a level of government involved in that program for it to work, because there's so many pieces of it that all tie together. Whether it's your official community plans, whether it's your infrastructure plans, whether it's your building and bylaw issues that might come up, whether it's your zoning plans, those types of things. It all ties to what the local and regional government does. They're always going to have a role, but you need to define the one that works for you. No one structure is perfect. We tried corporate. I've been in corporate. It only works in certain communities. I've seen corporations. I've been around for a long time and seen these corporate models get established, and I've seen those corporate models fail. And I'm a good example. I've seen it also failed in Prince George. It also failed in Pitt Meadows. It's lasted in places, strangely enough, like Trail, Chilliwack, those types of places. It seems to last, but it doesn't last everywhere. There's regional structures, like the one that Colleen used to work for in the Okanagan. There's in-house structures all over the province. The largest percentage of economic development functions in British Columbia, probably in the neighborhood of about 80%, are internal, local government.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me, and through you, Dale, thank you. I just have to take issue with a minor point there. As the only councillor at this table who was here during the last term, the NEDC, I don't think it's fair to say it failed. It was actually identified in our core, not that I agree with much in the core review, but it was identified as a good model that was working. It just did not have the support of the previous council.
And that's the key thing, right? And that's why no one structure is perfect. And you have to focus on something that you can support. And I say failed, I meant it shut down. And the same with Prince George. Initiatives Prince George was phenomenal. So was NEDC. Phenomenal programs. But the council didn't support it. And so it was brought back in. And that's what it is. Doesn't mean it was failure in the sense of failures. It was creating success. There's no question about that. The best structures that are out there, regardless of how it is, regardless if it's internal or external, have the ability to respond to clients. And the clients need to be the number one responsibility of any economic development program, whether it be a local client or an external client. You have to be able to respond, because that's ultimately what you're there for. You're there to see these things happen in your communities. And while the best structures are municipal or regional in nature, they're not restricted and they are flexible. So they need to be, a successful economic development function needs to be flexible. It has to be flexible to meet the needs of the programs and that it's implemented. It can't be necessarily tied and restricted by a lot of other bureaucracy, if you will.
Councillor Bonner, and I'm going to assume we agreed that we would have questions from
Yes, please. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you, Your Worship. So based on that last slide and this one, what is your definition of clients? Like, who are the clients that we're looking for to help?
I would tell you it would be businesses of any size that want to come into your community and establish, create jobs, create tax base, whatever, or the priorities that council has set. I mean, if council has set a policy, and we've seen this in some communities, that we're not wanting to target businesses, we're not wanting to even support our existing businesses, we want you to just do agriculture programs to, that's again supporting an existing sector. Ultimately, you're always supporting the sector. It depends what you set as a priority. Colleen, do you have any comments around that, or?
Well, the only thing I would say is I would probably be a little bit broader based because of the structure that I used to be in Kelowna. We had a separate physical office from our municipal the regional district. So I would classify a client, anybody who walked through my door, honestly, would be my client. Just how much of my time they got, that would be up to the priorities as you're talking about and that sort of thing, so yeah.
Yeah, and when I was in Levelland, it was an in-house department with an external office. We were not located within Municipal Hall, we were separate. A lot of in-house economic development functions are outside of City Hall, to just give it that level of separation, even though it's not. But the one thing in common is they're generally all part of the management committees. So they're forming part of the local government's management committee. They're not outside of still that part of the important part of government. The function is generally providing leadership. They're implementing a mandate and a mission. They're multi-sectored. So they're not just focused on one sector, they're focused on multi-sectors. I know, Amrit, your economic development function has focused on technology, focused on, I believe you have an arts and culture sector strategy. You can have, a lot of communities will have small business retail strategies. They'll have agriculture strategy. Depending on what your communities are, what the makeup is, you have separate strategies, sectors that you're working on, different programs that you're working on within different sectors. They're communicating. Biggest gap with economic development programs, and I don't care whether it's NEDC, whether it was Silverback Economic Partners that I used to work for, or Kelowna, it doesn't matter. The biggest weakness is lack of communication. They don't communicate. Don't communicate what they're doing, which creates this gap of understanding of what it is they have accomplished, what it is that they're doing, and they only focus on the big things, and sometimes we have to focus on the small things. The small things are just as important because it leads to those big things. So communication is always a problem. It needs to be responsive, again, responsive to those clients that walk through the door, as Colleen said, or the needs of its stakeholder, the needs of the funder, the agency that's responsible for it. They're implementing different projects and they're providing that accountability, not only to you, but in all likelihood, they've got funding from other agencies and they're having to provide that accountability to that. Amrit may apply for ICCI, Invest Canada Community Initiative Program funding, or maybe there's some provincial government program funding or something through Western Economic Diversification. They need to be accountable to those agencies or they don't get the funds the next time around, or the support the next time around. Day to day though, they're responding to inquiries, they're clearinghouse for information, so they always have to have the information available. You have a website that has some pretty comprehensive information on statistics and the things that are happening in the area. They have to constantly be keeping that up to date. They're building relationship. Probably one of the most important things that economic development staff is doing at all times is building relationships, whether it's with you, whether it's with the businesses in your community, or whether it's external agencies like the province of British Columbia. The province has an incredible amount of staff here on the island, Cheryl McClay in the region, staff out of Victoria, obviously. And there's also the staff out of the JTT and the Trades Division, down in Trades and Investment Division in downtown Vancouver. You have to be building relationships with those people because when they get a lead, they want them to call you. And I'm sure they do. If you said to them, who do they call in Nanaimo, they'd know because there's that relationship that's been built. Grant management, regional partnerships on Vancouver Island. We talked a little bit about this later, but on Vancouver Island there's the Viceda. It's a good partnership of the whole region, of all of the communities and the economic development officers working together on different projects. And it's a good thing to have those types of partnerships to enhance your programs because you can build off each other. So we'll talk a bit now about strategic planning and how that is important. It really is something that you should do. So as it was talked about earlier, there is an economic development strategy that was done in 2011. It needs to have an update. There's no question about that. Strategic plans. I would encourage you, if you're ever doing a strategic plan, to look at something that is 3 to 5 years. Don't look at something that is 20 years. Too much changes. Too much changes. Economic development strategies that were done in 2008 before the global economy crashed. were completely useless in 2009. You needed to change the focus of what it was you were doing to meet the needs of your community. Strategic plans are generally that proactive approach to doing economic development. You're prioritizing the resources, be it staff resources, human resources, partner resources. How are you pulling all of those together? You're encouraging community dialogue, extremely important that you are engaging with the community when you're doing it, and you're educating stakeholders. You're basically creating that common community vision. You can't just look internally. When you're developing an economic development strategy, you have to look externally. You have to look beyond your own walls here to the community and then to the region. And there's so much within this region for you to pull from. How can you pull from them to be part of your assets? How can you? So you need to really look at everything from a new perspective and not just within your own little boundaries. So the typical planning process is you're engaging and you're completing a SWOT analysis. You're creating a vision and a mission. In a lot of cases, it might just be an update to that vision and mission. Sometimes it might stay the same, sometimes it might not. You need to look at goals and objectives. You're establishing some real clear, concrete goals and objectives, and then the actions on how to complete those. If you don't have actions in your economic development strategy, throw it away. If your consultants don't give you actions in your economic development strategy, make them. Make them earn their money. Because if they're not engaging with the public and then they're not creating goals and objectives and the actions specific to implement those, that's what you need. It's the actions that are probably the most important part of an economic development strategy. And then how do you measure success? Not just the big things, not things like building permits. Although I understand they've been very high for the last 5 years or so. But you can't just measure that. That doesn't mean it's a success rate. You can't just measure things like number of business licenses. You can't just measure that. Again, going back to 2008, does that mean your economic development program failed because the global economy crashed? It's like saying that I was responsible for the global economy. It doesn't happen that way. You're engaging with the public. If you do it in isolation, it will result in failure. These are some of the things that you're doing. You're doing surveys. You're getting people together into rooms. You're creating some asset mapping. What are the assets, not only here, but in the region that you can pull from? You're looking at the previous work that was done, not only here, but what has the province done? There's a new tech strategy that's just been completed. Some great actions and strategies as part of that strategy. What can you pull from to benefit your community and your desire to grow the tech sector? That's just one example, but there's all kinds of work that's been done that you need to build upon. You need to look at the organizational structure. How do you want to make it work? And is it internal, external? Good. Is it working for you? You need to establish one first. You need to make that clear now as to what it is you're going to do. But then going forward, when you're doing your strategy, is this the structure that's going to work to do this strategy? And in most cases it is. But just maybe you need more resources, maybe you need more staff, etc. It's even not such a bad idea to compare budgets and making sure that you have the resources to do what you want to do. You're establishing goals and objectives. Those goals are those overarching statements made about the future, and the objectives are the means to accomplish that goal. The actions that are established need to prioritize. Generally, an action plan is 1 to 2 years out of a 3 to 5 year strategy. And then in year 3, year 2, year 3, you're reevaluating it and you're creating new actions to go along. All of them have to have the ability to implement. All of them have to or should try to assign budget costs, staff resources, partners, timeframes, the impacts and the outcomes, and then how do you measure if that particular project was a success. And just because you establish a work plan doesn't mean that it failed if you didn't complete it. When you're developing your work plan, you're using the strategic plan as the guide. So this is your action plan. They're usually a 1 year, they're results oriented. You need to look at that at the end of each year and say, what did we do, what didn't we do? And if we didn't do it, why didn't we do it? And do we want to add it to the next year's plan? Happens all the time where you can have the greatest intentions that you're going to do 8 projects throughout the year and you did 6 because 5 other things came into the game that you're going to work on. And so things change. Just because it didn't happen doesn't mean it was a failure. When you're looking at the planning, make sure that you're moving through it efficiently, but also don't think that you can do it in 1 month. An economic development strategy, a proper economic development strategy where you've gone out, you've engaged with local residents, with local groups, with different sectors, with businesses, with youth, with seniors, with other people, with council. That all of these things need to happen to put together that plan. It takes time. It can't happen in a month. 6 months is, for a community like Nanaimo, is probably about the right time frame. Could even be a little bit longer to create a proper plan. But don't take 2 years. We've seen communities do 2 years. Well, from start to finish, you know, all the consultation you did at the beginning of the project's not even valid at the end of the 2 years. So you're just about ready to start all over again. Again, you need to have that clear direction in the strategy after you've engaged. And it needs to be reasonably cost. It doesn't need to cost a lot of money to do an economic development strategy. You need to be realistic and measure only what you can have control over when you're measuring success. Again, not creating those unrealistic things that you really have zero control over. For you to measure the value of the Canadian dollar or something like that, you have no control over stuff like that. You have no control over building permits. You have no control over, you have some control, which we'll talk a little bit later, but ultimately at the end of the day, if the economy crashes, you can't say that you're a failure just because maybe you need to change from attracting businesses to working with your existing businesses, which is exactly what happened in 2000. All over North America. You needed to start working with existing businesses.
So obviously your last comment begs the question, what do you think we do have control over?
Well, taxes. You have control over the services that you're providing as a community. You have control over the speed that it takes to get permits. You have control, like there's those types of things that you can control, and we'll talk a little bit about that later. But things like building permits and that, you can't just take the blame for that. Like you as a council can't take the blame if the local economy crashes. At least I hope you don't take the blame. You should. It's not Jim's fault. You got to remember that things change. So when you're evaluating your plan, things change. Nothing's written in stone. It's literally a piece of paper. Nothing today is. It's so much easier now to make those adjustments because they're all typically on a computer, a Word document. Things, you've got to be flexible in your plan, and you got to recognize that sometimes things change. But you also have to celebrate completions. I know one of the things that's in your economic development strategy of 2011 is the development of redevelopment or revitalization tax exemption in zones. And I understand you just did that.
Yes, last year.
Right? So you should be just standing up there, Emmerich, going, we did it. Council did it. So it's like, well, that's a celebration. That is something that came out of the work that you were doing to help improve the local economy. You need to have those regional partnerships. Again, working with the island communities, you don't need to work just with the immediate ones around you, but how can you benefit from working with Cowichan, or how can you benefit from working with Comox or Port Alberni, and there's things that you guys can do together to help support the regional economy. So what are some of the things that Viceda does?
We actually are doing a Mid-Island Tech attraction strategy.
Okay.
So each of the communities, there were 7 communities originally that went into it, and we just paid $2,300 each of the communities, and we were able to leverage $40,000 worth of funding from ICCI to do this technology economic strategy. And so we did that last year, and we applied for phase 2 funding again, and we received the funding for that as well. And we're going to be creating some marketing tools with that in Mid-Island. So it's a web portal that we'll be putting together video assets and things like that. Really talking about, how do we grow our tech sector in the Mid-Island, and speaking to the advantages and the competitive advantages that we have as a Mid-Island region. So that was a really successful project that we did together, and we continue working with other communities. The other great thing with that is that when you're partnering with other communities, you get to leverage your resources, because the funders, they love that when you're working with other communities.
As a matter of fact, most agencies now, especially like the Invest Canada Community Initiative, which is a federal government initiative by Global Affairs Canada, looks more favorably at a regional partnership program, funding than doing it on an individual community by community basis.
Councillor Gesselbrock? Through the chair, just a question for Ms. Manhouse. I was curious, is what you're talking about, is that the MTech, through MTech was the strategy built, or?
No, this is economic developers of the Mid-Island region. UCOOLIT has come into that too, so it's the CBRD, it's the City of Nanaimo, it's Parksville, Qualicum, it's Campbell River, Port Alberni, UCOOLIT. There's 7 communities that, it's the economic developers that are working together.
So like it was an on initiative like that from your department, and it was a collaboration.
Correct.
Like through your department with other economic development, civic ones.
Correct. All municipal governments.
And where is this strategy located? Like where is it at?
It just got completed last year, so it's actually we're going to be bringing it to some of the council members in the near future in terms of what the findings were and how we can grow that sector. And we've already started phase 2 of that, which is implementing sort of marketing for the Mid-Island region in terms of what our competitive advantages are and how we can bring people here for that sector.
Okay, great. So the phase 1 strategy has not been released as a public document. It's like
it hasn't been released as a public document. It just came to us perhaps about a week ago.
Okay.
So we're still looking at it. It is completed, but it will be made public probably in the next couple of weeks.
great. Yeah, I mean if when it's available for council to look at, it'd be wonderful.
Absolutely, yeah.
Councillor Armstrong.
Just a quick question. Excuse me, when you're talking regional partnerships, obviously we all at the state sit on the RDM, which I think is a great thing because we're looking at our own economic strategic plan there. But how do we start partnerships with like the CDRD or the Capital Regional District? Because if we're going to do that, from a regional perspective, they're our neighbors like right to our right.
You get no argument from me. Like, I really think that Nanaimo is so centrally located that the region goes a lot further than a lot of other communities. And it's important to look at, it's project specific. In those areas, it will be project specific. I think what Amrit's talking about is an ideal example of, that these communities can all partner together. Because what might work, going back many, many years ago, Amrit, to the 1990s, all the communities in the province of British Columbia all partnered together on a program called Links Visa. And we all, not all of us, but communities of a certain size, Nanaimo was one, Kelowna was one, Chilliwack was one, some communities all around Prince George, Victoria, I believe we all pulled together and we partnered. And even though you'd say, well, that's not really a regional partnership, it's British Columbia, it's regional. But we were all working together on a strength that we had in the province at the time to target one sector. Now people will say, oh, that was a terrible sector. Maybe. But at the time, it was the perfect sector. And it was call centers. And it was attracting those call center jobs to British Columbia, some of the high end. I believe Nanaimo landed two call centers. Chilliwack landed one. Kelowna, what did you land?
We just had the one as well.
Yeah, one. I mean, Penticton had one. Kamloops, all those areas. But we all worked together to make that happen. And the only reason that program was successful, and the province was leading it, the staff when the province was leading it, but the only reason that worked together was because we didn't work competitively against each other, we worked collaboratively. And that was the only reason that we celebrated each other. I came to the openings in Nanaimo, and I was working in Chilliwack. I think Cameron, you probably came to Chilliwack when Stream opened. I mean, we celebrated each other's success, but we were able to build off each other's successes to get another center to attract. We attracted, I think, close to 20,000 jobs, I think, at the time, to the province by doing those things together. And the same thing can happen on the island here, is what kind of assets does the CRD have versus the NRD, Nanaimo Regional District?
Yeah.
NRD and then RDN, and even the Comox Valley one. I mean, they all have, what is Port Alberni? Is it its own district?
Yeah, they have their
I mean,
own.
they're all so close. I mean, how long between here and Port Alberni? 45 minutes?
Yeah.
It's part of your pull.
As a follow-up with that, then should that be done from at the RDN level or at the city level?
I mean, it can be done by either, but I think that in the case of like the partnerships here, because the city of Nanaimo has an economic development program, most of the regional districts don't actually have specifically an economic development program except for Comox, but even that one has sort of folded, not folded, but split up a little bit, so it's not all of the regional district. I think it's got to start at the city level, because if you don't want it, then why would you work on it, right?
Councillor Thorpe and RDN chair, no pressure.
Yeah, thanks, Cheryl. We'll take it on. No, just, I was going to ask this later, but as a follow-up to Councillor Armstrong's. At one time, we had tourism tied into our economic development. Decided it was better to split that off, which we've done. And tourism now is handled mainly through the Vancouver Island Tourism Association. And I think quite successfully. And it's seen as more of a regional operation as opposed to a city operation. I'm sensing with economic development that there's certainly some ways we could benefit from a regional approach. But is it fair to say that economic development as opposed to tourism is also more locally centered?
I think a really good comment, really good question. So interested about your comment about Vancouver Island tourism, first of all. They run the Nanaimo
Yes,
function?
yeah.
Okay, so that's who the contract's with, even though they're responsible for all of Vancouver Island. Do they do that in other communities on the island as well, or just?
Some.
Okay. Colleen, you worked in the Okanagan. Talk about the regional district in the Okanagan, because I think this really relates more to you than to me. I mean,
And the partnership?
yeah,
That we
and
did
that,
with OVIDS?
well, I think with OVIDS, but also even the regional district itself, and then how did you work with the communities? Who is a better fit? I think each community has their own economic development fund.
Well, they do at this point now. When I was there, it's been 13 years or so since I've been in that position. But when I was there, the regional district was the one that led economic development. It was our department that had it. The city of Kelowna did not have an economic development department. Lake Country did, the First Nations, I believe actually they eventually did, yeah, West Lake had one. But nobody else did, right? So we led that. With regards to partnerships and working for with the other regional districts, the cities within that Okanagan boundary, I guess you would say. Again, we usually took the lead on it, and probably just because we were a bit larger and we had more resources at our fingertips. But you know, when we pulled together what we call the Okanagan Valley Economic Development Society to do a lot of project-based, so again, it's project-based type work, we took the lead, but we were the only regional government doing it. It was the city of Vernon, it was the city of Penticton, it was the city of Soyuz, so they were all city functions, so that mixed really well. But I do want to talk a tiny little bit, one comment with regards to tourism and economic development. They do certainly go hand in hand. There's so much crossover that needs to happen. What we found, and Shuswap is a perfect example of this. Shuswap does do economic development and tourism. And Robin is the EDO there, and she probably, admittedly so, spends maybe 20% of her time on economic development. Because tourism is so big, and you can just get so involved in it. So the separation, I think, is a really, it's a smart move.
And it doesn't always work at the, it doesn't always work at the regional level, economic development. We've seen it work. The Okanagans definitely works, but now they all have their own economic development officer in addition to the regional district. The problem you get is that conflict is, what have you done for me lately? And so you get, especially the smaller communities, in a case like, let's see, well, I mean, there's your Schwab again. From an economic development perspective, you've got Salmon Arm, who also has their own economic development function. You got Salmon Arm, then you got Sycamore, and you got Sorrento, and you got Blind Bay, and you've got Falkland. So Falkland. all part of this economic development. Falk would say, they're all unincorporated. Falk would say, what have you done for me? I'm pulling out. I'm going to pull out. So then Sycamore says, well, you're spending all your time in Salmon Arm. I'm pulling out. And then so sooner or later it just gets fragmented, right? Because the Economic Development Office is generally spending its time where the majority of the inquiries, the businesses, and the leads are going to come into, which ultimately is the bigger center in this case, in that case anyways. And I'm sure it was no different in Kelowna.
Yeah, I mean, we really did a turning point because we had that for sure, right? We had the 5 municipalities around the table and we met, and it was always Kelowna, right? And we had one municipality and one mayor who said, you know what, I've had enough. Like, this is not working for me. But we really stood with them and really talked about the benefit that community is getting, even though that business is landing in Kelowna. And you could see the wheels turning and the light bulb going, goes, I get it, right? So we were really, really fortunate that mayor was willing and that community was willing to really see and spend a little extra time with us to see that no matter where it is, because an investor or a business doesn't see a boundary, right?
They don't. Yeah, they don't. And then the same thing happened in the Okanagan, in Vernon, right? The North Okanagan Regional District. They couldn't work in partnership. They tried. So the city of Vernon does all the economic development pretty well for the regional areas. In some cases there is some money exchanging hands, but in most cases there isn't. But the only reason that Vernon does it is because Vernon doesn't have any land. So if there's anything going to happen, the assets are in Spalding, or the assets are in Enderby, or Lumpy, or whatever, right? That's where they are.
Councillor Gesselbach, Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, through the chair, like, kind of what I was hearing a lot while we're campaigning is that, you know, different business leaders and folks that were involved in economic development were asking for a more regional focus, and it has brought up the discussion at the regional district level of like, okay, what can we do for economic development? And some of the arguments was that, you know, for example, we've got an organization doing business recruitment. They'd bring somebody to Nanaimo, but the corporate taxes are cheaper in Qualicum, and it was cheaper in Qualicum for housing, so that business would immediately go there. Right. And then also looking at like the ecosystems of different businesses. You know, you got a manufacturer here, but there's a certain supplier up here, and like looking how all these different pieces can connect within this region. Was why sort of a regional focus was being advocated for. I'm curious that potentially if we ran our economic development, you know, program out of the city, but as you're saying, maybe if it is like specific focuses that the regional district could take on, like say if we wanted to have a focus on, you know, having a strategy around corporate taxes or having a particular single issue type thing that required a larger regional focus, you could run that coordination out of the
There's a lot of different things you could run through the regional district, a lot of different programs. I think it's important to recognize when you're dealing with a business. I like your example about the business, say here, using a service from, just because it's not in your community, it doesn't mean it's not an economic development benefit. And I think it's important that we don't just focus, when you're looking at economic development, you don't just focus on your own assets, you have to look at everybody else's assets. What did we say in the economic development industry? It's about a 45 to 60 minute commute radius. So everything within that 45, 60 minute commute radius of your community is your asset. Even if it's not your tax base, it's still your asset because you can pull from it. Coombs' butter lines is your asset. I love the Coombs' butter lines. They show, but but it's all of these things are your assets. The whatever, you know, Cowichan is 45 minutes away. It's Nanaimo Airport. They look at Nanaimo Airport as their airport. You are looking at, you know, something it used to be that Nanaimo would look at Comox, but now I think Comox looks at Nanaimo as their airport, right? So it's changing, and so you need to look at that much broader area. You don't need to have a regional function to do that. You just need to do that as a city and not be too afraid of the fact that maybe Aaron's time or Dale's time or Bill's time or whoever's doing the economic development is being spent on helping a company here that's also going to help a company Cowichan. That's where things fail. Is when you worry too much that maybe Cowichan's going to benefit. That's where the programs fall apart. To just say you need a regional function, I tell you, it's rare that regional functions really survive. Because of that, what have you done for us lately? It's rare. In BC, there are the Okanagan, I wouldn't even say the Shuswap Regional District one is that strong. But where they work is when they're project-based. So specific projects. I think the tourism one makes total sense. The tourism one, now do you guys run through, sorry if I can ask the councillor, I'm probably broken many protocols here, I'm sorry. But like you're the chair of the regional district?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, so the tourism function is a regional partnership, correct?
Well, I was referring to the city of Nanaimo's agreement with.
Oh, okay, right.
Around tourism.
But you don't have a regional partnership with the regional?
No. And the regional district does very little per se for economic development because it recognizes that Nanaimo is the big driver.
Right.
It funds the Parks of Qualicum Tourism Association.
Oh, okay. So the city of, like Enderby, I think it is, or whatever, they pay into Vernon, like a little bit, on a project-by-project basis to carry out economic development services. And the regional district actually partners with the city economic development fund to do some other economic development functions in the region, rather than having its own separate program. But there's all kinds of examples, and I would encourage you to not discard the regional program, but really maybe do an evaluation of the ones that are working, and then look internally and say, do we have that here to make that work?
Councilor Gussenbrock, Ben Armstrong, then Bonner, please.
Through the chair, I guess for everybody to think about then, like, and maybe as you go through the rest of your presentation, just what would it look like at a regional district level, some type of economic development program that could facilitate more project-based sort of like coordination between the municipalities and maybe leave the bulk of sort of what we traditionally call economic development in the city, but how could the RDN set something up that would allow for integration between different municipalities and electoral districts to be able to focus on project-specific type things that might be for the benefit to the larger region.
And you know there is a report,
yeah.
there is a report coming forward. We voted to look at regional economic development. I think it was in June, was it? May or June. So there's a report coming forward from staff on that. And the reason I brought that up was a prime example. I think it's Bowles or whatever that area is. We spent a lot of money on infill, and infill, went to was it parts of the Arrington. Okay, there you go, Arrington. No, it's Arrington. It's in that area anyhow. And then they shut down, what's Arrington?
Valley Road.
Yeah, they're in Arrington.
Infilm is in Campbell River.
No, their big studios are in Arrington.
Oh, there is a studio that opened up.
Yeah, but they're big ones in Arrington. Because one of the big issues that came up was that when they were doing a film area at whatever Bowser is, their whole citizens couldn't move. They couldn't leave their areas. They couldn't leave because their roads were blocked, and they never got any economic development from it. Whereas Courtney and Nanaimo and Parksville hotels were full. I think the economic benefit to Nanaimo was over 1.2 million just in hotels, 800,000 in food. So then they're saying that's why they wanted to sort of look at more at a regional one, because then they would actually benefit from it, because they have no mechanism, to charge for road closures or any of that.
Right.
So their whole citizens were impacted. We got all the benefit and they got nothing.
Right.
So I think that's one of the ways that it would work, is that, and again, it's project-based, right? Because infill is project-based. It's one thing, and then we actually spent extra, gave them extra cash from the Nile.
The other thing that I would really suggest is that when you do an economic development strategy, a part of the RFP, or whatever it is, whatever you go of doing it, says that you want to identify the projects that can happen in the region. And so have the regional district as part of the steering committee to sort of help to start to build that, because maybe in the next 3 to 5 years, you'll actually build towards where it is a bit more of a regional function. But right now, focus on those projects that you can, and I mean, maybe that sector was one of those, right? Like maybe that's something regionally that we can work on together and try to build that as a regional sector development program or something.
So just as a follow-up, your recommendation is that we do the RDN route, like partially, project-based.
Project-based. Yeah. Would you think anything different, Colleen?
No, I totally agree.
Yeah.
And it may evolve, as you say, but to start.
Let's just start.
Councillor Bonner, then Councillor Henry.
So it kind of answered my question, so.
Okey-dokey. Councillor Henry.
Marie, so outside of the, say, the film industry, can you give me an example of a regional project?
Agriculture sector development. I mean, that obviously doesn't necessarily happen right within the city. I don't know the city boundaries completely as far as what agriculture is here. There's probably going to be a lot more agriculture development outside, but maybe there's the processing inside of the city, right? So that could be a regional partnership. Arts and culture.
Fish farm.
Sure. I mean, anything that can happen outside of, you know, even tourism development type thing, not necessarily the sector, the marketing of tourism, but the development of the industry itself. Right?
Ms. Manhas and then Councillor Thorpe.
I think that the Mid-Island Technology Sector's strategy is an example of how the region can work on projects, and that's done through VICEDA. So we do have the regional district at the table. We have Parksville, we have Qualicum, they're participating in that. So I think if the other electoral areas in the region, like if they found a project that makes sense for them to partner on, I think VICEDA is a really good example of a place where they can start to look at that and do that.
I think VICEDA is a true best practice in all of British Columbia.
It is because they do projects, and it's economic developers, and it's from the different communities, and if they see that, you know, this particular project we want to work on makes sense, those communities will go into it, and we have other communities coming in later, like Ucluelet came in later into that strategy, because after they saw the success of the first phase, they're like, okay, we really want to get in on that, but I think that could also be a very good conduit.
Councillor Thorpe and Councillor Gustin.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks. That's really good comment, I think. And maybe we're going way off track here.
This is great.
I liked Councillor Geselbrock's suggestion, but I would spin it the other way, and I really feel from what you've been saying, correct me if I'm wrong, that it would make more sense for the city to be the initiator. And certainly all in favor of partnerships and looking how we can help each other within the district, but project-based reach out to certain areas. Whereas if the RDN controlled that, I think that would quickly become a bit of a nightmare. And as you said, what have you done for me lately? But really worth bearing in mind working together as much as possible.
Can I comment? Do you want to comment on that?
Yes.
Yeah, or did you want to comment?
Just building on that, like I agree with that. And my question was with VICEDA, what does the acronym stand for and exactly what?
Vancouver
Island Coast.
Economic development.
Okay, so that's an association with different economic developers. Now, say for example, Nanaimo has a project that thinks it needs regional collaboration. It brings this idea up to this association.
Correct.
This association is funded by, like, is that something that maybe the RDN would kick money to as sort of like the coordination body to facilitate that type of coordination as projects come up? Or do we provide funding to them?
So we don't actually, these guys, it's all a bunch of economic developer officers. They just do it off the side of their desk.
Mm-hmm.
So and they basically volunteer their time for the board. So it's all volunteer based. When we go to our quarterly meetings, we basically put in $25 for the lunch and all the food we're going to have basically that day. So it's really got no funding, but it's been able to get a lot of funding from different provincial bodies and federal bodies to do programs. We had a peer mentoring program here in Nanaimo. The province kicked in $25,000 for that program. They wanted to pilot in Nanaimo to see how it would go, and then it was actually replicated in other communities throughout British Columbia. So it's a body that the provincial government is really connected to. We have a lot of provincial government staff on that as well that tell us about all the great programs that are going on and where we can apply for funding. So it's everybody just rolls up their sleeves and does the work. It's not a body that holds a lot of cash or anything like that.
As in terms of sustainability, if there was something that the RDN could support, if you know people can do it off the side of their desk, that would be the coordination arm as opposed to the RDN
Absolutely.
reinventing something.
Absolutely, and this body does use a lot of internships, and they work very closely with ICE-T. ICE-T actually gives them a lot of funding for a lot of the projects that they work on together as well. So it's a very good model.
Mr. Riddle, it just strikes me based on the conversation, that there's many ways to have regional partnerships, but partnerships is the key. And those relationships that don't necessarily have to be, the university probably would want to be a lead and do regional. The First Nation could be a lead and do regional. We could have our own entity and then reach out to any of these agencies, including the RDN, to see what we could partner with on them with. So there's just no, I don't believe there's going to be one final solution to this. And I believe the RDN did contribute to our function.
They did to NEDC when we had NEDC.
Yeah, so there must have been an arrangement of what service levels were going to be and that type of thing. So there's so many different ways to approach it, but it doesn't strike me like there's, even if we did say that this is going to be a regional entity, there's still going to be other regional activities taking place with different players. And so that one group is just one of many, to be honest.
That you'll pull from. Yeah, yeah, and I think, I think to go in the direction as you suggested, or as you guys both suggest down there, really, is those project days with the local government sort of directing that, but going to the regional district. I mean, you're gonna probably have the human resources, maybe at the city level, to help pull those partnerships together. But never restrict yourself just to the RDN either. Like, I think you're right, Jake. I mean, the First Nation communities, absolutely critical to partner with them.
If I may, just one more comment. Thank you, Your Worship, and then I'll be quiet. And beyond the fact that the city is required, I believe, to have an economic development function, to me, the big question, and I'm sure we'll get to this, is it going to be strictly in-house based, or is it going to be contracted at arm's length? And as you say, both models have been tried and work in some places and not in others. I think that's going to be our big discussion.
Which structure you want to go with. Yeah, and I really encourage you to look at the pros and the cons of each. We've done a lot of that type of stuff of presentations and then helping communities make up their mind. I mean, we've had a quick look here and would suggest one way, but I can say it or I cannot say it.
Let's hear it.
But,
Yes.
here we go.
That's why we're here.
We won't tell the public.
It's being recorded. If I look back at Nanaimo for the last 20 years, and I look at what's worked and the successes that they had, I would tell you that the in-house function seems to work in Nanaimo. Would I say it would work in a community like Chilliwack? Not a chance. Would a corporate model work in Abbotsford too? I don't believe so.
No, I think the key issue with many of the municipalities that I've seen where things have come and gone is control.
Exactly.
And autonomy.
Yes.
And are you prepared to outsource the control of this to another entity? Or how much autonomy do you feel you need as a council and as a municipality to deal with this function? And how much can you outsource?
Yep.
So I think there's certain, how much is the base and how much are you prepared to partner and outsource it?
And are you willing to give away that? And if you look at the difference between what communities are prepared to do in Canada, in particular in British Columbia, but in Canada in general, compared to, say, the United States, where a lot of the United States economic development programs are external in nature. They're run by the public utilities, because every community has their own public utility. Or they're run by partnerships with the private sector who throw money in, and local government puts some money in, but they're external. That doesn't happen in Canada. It doesn't happen in British Columbia. Where Chilliwack, just as an example, has worked, it has never raised its core funding to that organization since the day it was started in 1998. In 2002, when I officially took over, we had $5 million in debt. We were municipal owned, but we had $5 million in debt to the banks. In 2005, we had $12 million in profit. All of it, the municipalities, all of the local governments. But only because we had the power to buy land, to sell land, to make deals. We bought the Army base. We bought, I don't know what the profits are that are left in that organization now. They're probably 20 million. I have no idea. But that kind of control is very few communities ever want to give up that kind of control. We talked about this with Pitt Meadows. If you're willing to give the land or give the control of buying and selling and debt, you're willing to guarantee the loans and all of those types of things, you can have a private function, separate function. Otherwise, it's always going to be dependent on local government to do its things, local government to fund it. You really have to look at what your budgets are. The budget's here for Nanaimo. I don't know what you have right now, but the average community your size is $750,000 for economic development.
A couple of questions. Firstly, I'll follow up on what you just said, and that would normally include the tourism function as well.
No.
No? Okay, so separate, so we're way behind on that level. Look, the comments I've received from many who are supportive of the independent model say, look, in-house models just aren't as responsive to opportunities and more cumbersome, tends to be more bureaucratic, it tends, because after all, it's responsible to publicly elected officials. And if you agreed with that statement in any way, shape, or form, is there some model that works that would perhaps give it the kind of independence it needs, but at the same time allow it to be nimble?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, and I didn't work for Nanaimo, but I think you were nimble when you were a municipal function across the street. You were an entrance, but you had your own office area. Regional district in the Okanagan, Colleen, you were a municipal function, 100%. You had a separate entrance, separate function, you still operated with a bureaucracy, and you were responsive.
Very responsive.
That was a priority, I believe, was responsive.
Yeah.
You were responsive, I'm assuming, Emmerich.
Yes.
The city of Vernon, theirs is an internal function, extremely responsive, priority dealing with clients. Prince George, internal organization, local government, clients are classed by council as the priority. I have seen functions that are internal fail. There's no question about that. And I say fail, be very, very tough. And Jake, I talk about Abbotsford, this was going before your time. But I can remember the Abbotsford, I was the competitor down the street in Chilliwack. Their economic development officer was speaking, giving an interview about snow removal. Well, I was sitting down talking with a client from Abbotsford who was waiting for a phone call back from the city. But the economic development officer was doing snow removal. That's wherein lies the problem. If you're going to give your economic development, it depends on how you structure it internally. If you're willing to give the autonomy and the ability for your economic development program to focus on economic development, it will be fine, whether it's internal or not. One of the fastest growing cities in British Columbia is the city of Surrey. Their economic development functions is internal, and it reports to the mayor. That's who the economic development office reports to. And its sole mandate is to work with clients, work with partners, work with industry to make sure that things happen. It can be as long as you're willing to give it that flexibility. It does not have to be restricted or bureaucratic.
On that, Your Worship, Surrey has two entities.
They do, yes.
They have an economic development function and they have a development corporation function. They have two. One runs the industrial park and one, Chilliwack has their economic development entity runs the industrial park. So that's where they were given that mandate. I agree totally with you in terms of the internal. Internal could be so tied up in reporting to a monthly committee of council, and so it becomes, just doesn't work very well. It's almost window dressing. If it was given some autonomy within the organization, its own door, its own storefront, people feel like they're not walking in the middle of the planning department. movement. Or whatever, and it was set up so that there was input from the business sector, but you can do it well internally and you can do it very poorly internally, and probably the same for externally. There's probably, or maybe there's a bit of a hybrid, but there are, when you can try to create that separate entrance, I think some people would feel comfortable with that. So again, it just really depends.
I don't think you should discard the idea of an internal function. I think what you need to do is you need to say, what do we want from our economic development organization? What are we willing for it to do? And can it do those things internally? And you know, we've been to councils, before where the local government has sat there and said to us, very first meeting, this is in a disaster situation, and the council says, wisely said, have you talked to your businesses? And the council says, it's against the law. We can't talk to businesses. The other thing you need to understand is what your abilities are. I don't think you guys have any problem. I think you understand you can't talk to businesses. But you need to really clearly define what mandate you want to give your economic development organization and the autonomy that you're willing to give it. If you expect your economic development organization, because they're an internal staff member, to come to a council meeting with a list of clients that they're working with and the names of those clients and it be now public agenda, then do not have it internal. Because those clients will not come to your city. As soon as it's made public that they are coming or looking, they're gone. They're just not interested in the enrollment.
Councillor Gesselbrock and Councillor Bonner.
Through the chair, so I've got a question, like, does having it all internal, like say, for example, if we kept how things are structured, you know, maybe have a bit, you know, a different storefront and, you know, all the things that the economic development focus needs to have, and have some of it internal, and then say, for example, like business recruitment, have an RFP for an external agency to provide the business recruitment function, or even business development. And then the rest of the other functions have your centralized sort of like clearinghouse of everything, you know, internal. But is that the same thing as having internal, or is that starting to?
You're starting to break apart things, and I really think your economic development attraction efforts, business development efforts need to be under the one economic development umbrella, because these people around the room here, planning department, building services, development services, whatever, you guys need to be working collectively together to make things happen. You know, they can kill a project just as much as they can make a project go ahead. And if you've got an external organization fighting, like, to me, it just makes more sense that if you're all under one umbrella. Colleen, do you have any comments on that?
No, I totally agree. I think it all should be under one. Where I think you can kind of change is what happened with the Central Okanagan, and it just happened just as I was starting to leave, is we wanted to expand capacity. We wanted to get a hold of different priorities, right? But being in the municipal environment, there was only so much staff we were allowed to hire, sort of thing, right? So, like you're saying, maybe under business attraction, we would project-based or on a year basis, we'd hire somebody who specialized in that. But they still worked in our office. Anybody walking into our office would assume they were staff. They weren't. They were just on a contract basis for us, but it was seamless to the outside eye, right? And the success, just stepping back a little bit about an in-house, and Jake's exactly right. You know, you can do it well or you can not do it well. And autonomy is huge. Being able to give that economic development professional your trust to do what they're supposed to do is huge. And that means they don't come and have to ask for every last thing, right? If they need to travel tomorrow, they're gone. If they need to call the mayor and have them meet somebody who's just showing up on it, they do it, right? There's no ties of restrictions because you've hired that person and you trust that person to put forth your vision and your economic development for your community. That's key.
Yeah, it's the trust, and it really is. You're right.
Yeah.
And I like that comment about, and I was going to mentioned that earlier, is that the economic development officer needs to be able to call them. There's a lot of clients out there, and having that political connection is extremely important. How many times when those call centers came to the communities when they were looking at the mayor, was the mayor, it was so important in clinching that because they felt like they were important.
Yeah, and other times not too. And the other
A lot of
thing,
times they don't want to see the post.
Yeah, I don't, right. It's an in-house model too. Your economic development, that should be a director. In Central Okanagan, we had the director of economic development, staff further down, but we always sat at the senior management table. So we knew what was going on with the planning. We knew it was going on, like all of those things. It was a seamless discussion with everything. So yeah, it wasn't like economic development's sort of down here, right? And doing whatever. It's, everything's up here. We're visual and we're partners within the municipality.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I mean, we were an external organization in Chilliwack, but I went to every week's management committee meeting.
Yeah.
Every single week, because it was important that we were all working in the same direction. And I was mentioning this earlier, it's also, to Jake, but it's also important for me to be able to blame the planning department to not support a project that I didn't support. So that's the
Councilor Bonner and then Armstrong.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I've always talked about the need for when council creates these organizations to be able to protect these organizations from council. And so if you were going with an internal situation, as you're possibly suggesting, what would be the safeguards that we would have to build into it to make sure that the next council didn't show up and take the whole thing apart?
Wow. Wow.
We've sort of done it right now with tourism because we've given them a 5-year contract. So that's going to be 5 years no matter what we do.
That's probably the downside of the municipal internal function, is it does happen within those cycles. So I can tell you in Chilliwack, we used to sign 5-year management contracts, and we tried to rotate around so that it was always signed before the council's term expired, so that the new council was tied to us, and it gave us that 5 years to prove ourselves to that new council. Never really had the problem, but it was what happened. I don't know how NEDC was structured, if you had that 5-year contract, or was it a year-to-year, or how was?
Ours was a year-to-year contract,
Okay.
and towards the end, we were trying to negotiate an agreement. Yeah, that was longer.
Yeah, I think it was 5 years that you were shooting for. Internally, it's really, I hate to say it, but it's really, I mean, it's really up to council, right? Like, you can kill it, and there's no, you have a better chance of probably protecting it if it's internal than you do if it's external. Because despite having the contracts, ultimately they're accountable to council. And it can be killed by anyone, but if you're internal, I think you kind of you're just in the system. So I'm not so sure it would disappear. It might get structured differently based on what your new needs are as a new council.
And one more other question, if I may. How, because in this particular one of the examples, you said it reports directly to the mayor, right? But if we're not finding or getting reports or not seeing outcomes or out to all the money that we're putting into this thing, how do we make sure that council is aware of the successes that are happening, and that make sure that our strategic plan is advancing, that sort of thing?
Really good question, and that's where I think it's really important to have them as directors or managers, to where they're actually coming to a council meeting and providing you with reports that can be public. Again, please don't get to the point where you're saying, I want to know who you're meeting with, because that just doesn't work. But they do need to, and as I mentioned very early on, one of the biggest weaknesses of economic development organizations is communication, and that is the rise and fall of so many economic development organizations will fail because they haven't communicated what they're doing. I think every quarter they should have to come and give sort of a broader report on sort of what are some of those broader projects that they're doing. And it doesn't hurt to say, you know what, we've answered 42 inquiries. End of discussion. They answered 42 inquiries. And those 42 inquiries might work out to 876 phone calls. because 42 inquiries, believe me, it's not one touch, it's multiple touches with these clients, right? But I think it's important to have, and it's actually a really good discussion because it really shows how at the local level, when you do have an internal function, even though it's not external and you're going to have a contract and operating conduct, you almost need to have, this is the code of conduct or the code of whatever, the sort of how an operational policy for an economic development department. And that reporting, how often they're reporting, what they're reporting, who they're reporting to, those types of things, so that it's really clear for whoever's running the program as to how to communicate. I think it's critical.
Councillor Armstrong and Councillor Hammond.
So when you say you go in-house, one of the concerns I would have with that is that you're now subject to FOI. So going to your point about you don't want people to know that these companies are interested, well, under FOI, they would know.
We've actually had, that's a good question. So we've actually had cases where under FOI, they have wanted to know about community, because it's private company information, it does not have to be released.
But if
And
it's
it was
under the
rejected.
city, if it's under the city, though, it has to be released.
Not the private confidential information that
No,
can
but
be
you have to redact it, but you're still gonna have to get a certain number of stuff.
Did you run into that in the Okanagan?
No, honestly, we didn't run into it. Now, whether we should have, I don't know, but we didn't, and we did report back. Our communication was really, really strong with councils. And we had 5 councils, right, that we had to communicate with.
I'm going to get my...
I think where I'm going with this is our community is very up on FOI. I think we had the largest number of FOI requests in the province.
That's something we have to check.
Yeah, and I'm not,
That's good.
But for
It's a great question, we'd have to double check that and triple check that.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
It's very
But
concerning.
communication out to the council, every single month, we gave a report. It was only a 2 or 3 page report, but said exactly what we had done that month. And it was little things from, we talked to, 23 businesses. We fielded 272 calls. We had 17 walk-ins, whatever it was, right? And we would break it down exactly what we did, but there was always confidential. So if it was a new investor coming in, we talked to somebody in the, plastics industry or whatever it is, so that the council still got a feel of what was happening in the community and the type of interests that were coming in on a day-to-day basis, but it was strictly confidential too, right? And then we also presented quarterly to them, just gave a 5-10 minute sort of spiel on this is what we're doing. Again, meeting those weekly management meetings so that everybody knew what was going on. And then also we did annually, we would go and present and say this is our successes and stuff. But I think that's what you do too, Amber, right? And the ability to present probably back into the greater successes and such, right? Yeah. So communication, though, for us was key, and I think that's why we had such good support from council.
Before I go to Councillor Hammond, Ms. Van Ness, did you want to say something?
No, I think just looking at the past, we've had an economic development function for 25 years. I've worked in the economic development function for 18 of those 25 years here at the city, and we haven't run into that problem where people are asking for the specific name of the company. We've had very few FOI requests, but we did report at the level where you're talking about, we had 2 plastics company inquiring about X, Y, Z. So we've been able to keep it at that level. Just to give you an example, that in the past we haven't had an issue with it. I think we had a lot of FOI requests with the last council just because there was so much distrust and a lot of things went the wrong way. That's just been my experience in terms of requests for information from the public.
Yeah.
Councillor Hammond, please.
So I get the feeling that I'm trying to find a solution for a problem that I don't quite understand. So we have all of these organizations doing this work, but everyone has its own little niche. Excuse me. I'm not sure, and Amber, maybe you can answer, what is the city's niche in this? Are we a facilitator of this? Are we a driver of this? Because understanding that is going to help me understand what direction I want to go here.
Sure, absolutely, and that's a really good question. I think Dale's going to get into that anyways, but I'll just give you my
quick little view of it. I think there are a lot of organizations, certainly in economic development. There's a lot of infrastructure providers, like the education infrastructure is provided by VIU. We have tourism, of course, which is a sector of the economy. We have a lot of organizations that are doing work in that. We have Innovation Island, whose mandate is to help technology companies. The only and all of these organizations that I'm talking about exist in all of the other communities as well. They're not unique to Nanaimo, yet they all have an economic development office or officer. What's not being done, I would say, and I think the only thing that's being slightly replicated in the community currently from an economic development perspective is the marketing Nanaimo for business attraction, and I believe MIBI Group is doing that, which is funded by a number of private investors in the community. That's really the only replication that I see existing in Nanaimo currently. We're not focusing a lot on business retention and expansion at all, which we used to do in a big way in the past. We are not utilizing a lot of the community resources that we could be utilizing, like we did the Economic Development Group. I know Zenny Markman used to be a part of that. And really at that point, the Economic Development Office, what it did is it provided leadership to the process of economic development in the community. And the way it did that was by defining goals, by building buy-in for action, and by carrying out the activities that the economic development strategy said it needed to carry out. And then we basically provided leadership and made sure that the entire community was behind it. Through the Economic Development Group, we had all these task forces that sort of came up and they said, well, I'm interested in tackling this part of the strategy. So they would form a group and they would go out and go do that. The Nanaimo Film Office was one of those things that was created through that. Various other, there was an oil and gas group also that started. There was a transportation group. We actually did a workforce strategy as well on that at the time. Now, I'm trying to think back 20 years now, but there were lots of different initiatives and a lot of the community really did a lot of that work. But the Economic Development Office was really the sort of facilitator and the leader to that process. And I think Zenny can actually probably speak to it because she used to be part of that group as well. And we all met quarterly. Yeah, every year. And the entire community was behind implementing all of these things. And I think what you see right now is there's a lot of people out there who are very passionate about this community and want to see it taken to the next level. I think they're probably looking for ways to become engaged in that, to have sort of real initiatives or actions that they can be a part of. That's what they're sort of looking for. And I believe our mandate is to provide leadership to the process of economic development. And I think one of the key things missing is really that direct work with our businesses. We have not really reached out to them or have a conversation, and it's really because we haven't had the resources in the last number of years to do that.
That was going to be my next question. Does the community see us as a leader or a facilitator in that?
They did in the past, for sure. Right now, I mean, I think with what's happened in the last number of years, I think we need to reinvigorate that again, and I think we need to reignite economic development in the city. And I think one of the best way to do that is to look at the economic development strategy, to go through that process together. And I think that process will actually really help bring everybody together and define, what's important to us, and then start building buy-in for action as a community. So it does take an entire community to do, to really start a good economic development effort. But we can be leading the process. We can be partnering with other organizations. We cannot do it alone for sure. But I think we need to provide the leadership.
And it's not uncommon in any community, no matter what the structure is, to have these external organizations doing extra things. As a matter of fact, some communities will actually establish external functions, clean tech groups, or actually you'll see see a video, I think, is it Kelowna that's done that just recently, done a technology group, or they've started a lot of
Yes, they
different.
have lots of external groups that started in-house in economic development and then were pushed out to, you know.
They still work with them,
Yeah.
they still help them, they still answer any business inquiries that are coming in. Nobody can talk better about your community than you. I don't care who it is. If you're gonna partner with any other organization, nobody can talk about the community better than you. Nobody can commit to permitting, to other things other than you. So to have anybody else talking about your community and trying to sell your community when you're the ones that are the accountable ones, I don't know how you could really, that aspect of economic development can be more accomplish somebody else to be effective in the long run.
I appreciate your hard-driving group, and you all like to work very hard, but would I be out of order if I suggested maybe a 10-minute break for everybody? I'd appreciate another second. I sense a certain anonymity around this issue.
You should be your number one for seriously. I think we got to figure out. the city site. But everything should be on your economic development website that's related to doing business in the community.
Councillor Bonner?
Thank you, Your Worship. Finally, we're getting something I know about. Do the profiles of people who are looking for this information, are we looking at CEOs of companies, or are we looking at their personal assistants looking for this information? What sort of groups would be?
It depends. I mean, smaller companies are going to probably be just the CEO themselves. Some companies will have location advisors or site selectors working for them. Site selectors are looking for very specific, detailed information, which I know is on your site, the data profiles. They're looking for very specific things. Not a lot of assistants, to be honest, will be given the job of researching communities, because it's either the CEO, the corporate executives, or the site selectors that know specifically what the company's looking for. So an assistant may think it's pretty or something like that, or hey, you know, my kids go to school, that's all important, but they're not the ones that can determine whether it's feasible for that business. So whoever is looking feasibility for that business is the ones who are looking at the site.
The reason I was bringing up is those different types of people will look for something, search for something differently. And so I think it's important to make sure that we have that broad. We know who might be coming, so that we can make sure that they have something to do when they get there.
Right, so GIS planning, is it GIS planning? Who does that report, Colleen? You remember that looks at all the different websites and it interviews the CEOs, the site selectors, I can't remember, one of the companies. Amber, you've probably run across them. Anyways, they do an annual report.
Yeah, developers.
Oh, Development Counselors International, that's it, PCI. They do this report, and it's a really good report. They've gone out to companies when they're looking for communities. What did they look for on the website? Where was the first place they went to for information? That. They go to the website first, because they don't phone you first. They want to have done as much research as they possibly could have done. And then they will phone you and see if you lie, and I'm not kidding you. They will phone to see if you lie or if you're going to be honest. And it's really, really important in economic development to not shy away from talking about your weaknesses as a community. Because you do not want to tell a company that we have the lowest cost taxes of all of Vancouver Island, unless you have the lowest cost taxes of all of Vancouver Island, because the odds are they know what the tax rates are in every community around you. They have done that much research. Community profiles are targeted at that broad audience. It could be corporate assistants that are looking at these profiles, so that might be the one piece that they'll look at. And the reason why they'll look at that one piece is because the company, if they're going to locate in your community, are going to want to bring corporate executives. And the corporate executives are going to want to bring spouses. So are there jobs for those spouses? Are there schools for their kids? Are there those types of things is what their community profile is really containing. It's got that information that they're going to look at to say, is this a place I want to live? Not do business, but is this a place I want to live?
Follow up, thank you. You already said it. So this brought to me a story a long time ago that I heard from one of the developers in town, is that they build doctor's offices, and they weren't having a problem attracting doctors. They were having a problem getting the spouses of the doctors to agree to want to move here, because they were looking at our housing, they were looking at our poverty rates, and they were looking at our children at risk rates, that sort of thing. And so all of those things, and I'll say this numerous times, are also part of our economic development, because if we don't have a good place to live and bring up children, people aren't going to come here.
Yeah. It goes right back to my fourth slide where I talked about that community economic development and economic development being all in one. You can't do one without the other. You're exactly right. That's a perfect example of that, which is why you have to be working on all of those things concurrently. But tell that in the story that you're talking about in your community and your community profile. Maybe your homelessness is an issue, but talk about your homelessness program and the things that you're doing to try to address that. Don't hide from those things, because somebody else will find it. It's all over the internet today. You can't hide things like that, so talk about them. The social media, use of social media, and I know that Nanaimo does. I think you have, does the Economic Development Program, I think you're on LinkedIn, aren't you?
Yeah, just on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Not too many other social media stuff. The city is,
Yeah.
but we need somebody to do more.
From an
social media.
economic development perspective, the best social media site that you can use in communicating with businesses is LinkedIn. LinkedIn is definitely the number one. Should you be using Facebook for economic development? Not really. Tourism? Yes. Other community initiatives? Yes. But Facebook isn't a site where a business person is going to go to really see what's happening in your community. LinkedIn is your best bet. Twitter, unless you're twittering all the time, don't bother using it because it's the trouble with Twitter, as much as it's great, it also gets lost with all the other people you're following. So your message, unless you're tagging the right people to share it, your message is kind of getting lost in all of those other people that are posting on your site. So Twitter is not necessarily the best messaging from an economic development perspective. Again, going back to what is the best, and that's LinkedIn. Instagram, I think, is also very good now. Right? Is that the one?
Yeah, Instagram is really big. I mean, it's owned by Facebook, ironically.
Yeah.
So people are leaving Facebook to go to Instagram. But Instagram can be a really good tool too. I'm not really for economic development, but.
No. But again, talking about your quick little success stories, your little wins, Instagram can be those good things, right? To get your message out about some of those smaller things that are happening in your community. Now I want to talk about engaging your business community. It really, and first of all about business retention expansion, and really this is probably the most important thing that you will do in economic development. And maybe I'm biased because I'm really a firm believer in business retention expansion, and I've done attraction and business retention. There's more value in BRE than there is in any other aspect of economic development. There really is. We're going to make you do an exercise first, Colleen. I think it's
Oh, it's right here already, okay, yeah. We'll go through fairly quickly because we're a bit behind time. But what this is these are 7 businesses that are in your community. And there's a disaster coming and you can only save 5 of them. You've got to fit 5 into the helicopter to save these businesses. And this is really all you know. And a lot of times in a community, when you work in a community, you live in a community, all you really know about a business is, maybe their name, and you drive around the street, you see them, and that's it. So that's just really all you know, is this is the type of company that it is. And we're only going to give you, like 3 minutes?
Yeah, you're going to give it to everybody here? Or?
Yeah, I'm going to give it to everybody. And usually we have those clickers that I have to take back from you. Because we have you vote on them. We can't do that. So just circle the 2 that you will not save. The 2 that you will not save. Just circle those.
Do you want me to hand out the yellows or?
And, no, we're just going to do it that way. Sorry, yeah. And then we'll just collect the sheets back from you and we'll kind of do it old school.
Is that everyone cognizant? It's crows.
So circle the
2 that you will not save.
circle the law firm you won't say.
Keep this to yourself. Don't bother telling everybody.
That's right, all places. One for the
My answer is you're going to the store, it's going to matter. You're not trying to stay behind the whole living store, and you just yeah, of course. It doesn't really matter. Someone, no, I don't.
How would you write? Does everybody have their two they're not going to say?
They'll keep on doing
Don't
business
cheat.
because they're large.
Yeah, don't.
How many have 4?
Okay, I'm just gonna take it, sorry, we have to just sort of, are you sure you two?
Don't want to hit my mind.
It's not a good thing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I've thought that the big company won't go down.
Thank you.
That's a large company.
Yes, I do.
It's taking the CEOs away.
Everybody else? Done? Got everybody?
Don't worry, everybody, I jettisoned the law firms.
These lawyers throwing everybody under the bus. Okay, so you got it counted yet, Colleen?
I do not quite
Okay,
yet.
I'll move on then. So we'll get back to that.
Yeah.
So business expansion should be your number one priority of everything you're doing. You really are trying to create a healthy business climate in your community. It's what's going to drive all of those other things. So you need to know what your businesses need, what their opportunities might be. And so really Bree is about creating that overall general healthy business climate in your community and about creating those relationships. You're not going to accomplish anything if you don't have that relationship with your businesses. You need to make them be your partners. You need to make sure they're being successful. You need to make sure that they're coming to you when they want to do something, but also you can feel comfortable going to them if you see them as a potential partner or something in what it is that you're trying to do around economic development. They will kill a project just as easily coming into your community as easily as they can make it happen. And I've been on both ends, where I've seen local businesses kill a project only because we didn't know what their challenges were and the city wasn't working with them. So when a business comes to your community to invest, they were going to go and talk to those businesses, and you better make sure you know that those businesses are going to be saying good things, because you're not going to get to pick. They're going to pick the businesses that they need. Bree is important because it understands how businesses view your community. You're providing information on the services and the resources. You're addressing those issues, the challenges, the opportunities, and any risks that might exist. Is there a risk for some of your businesses to close? Is there a risk for one of your businesses to relocate to Victoria, to Kamloops, to Kelowna? And if you just sit here and don't talk to them, you don't know they're going to leave. You're improving communication, you're developing the trust with those businesses that they can pick up the phone and phone you and say, hey, I've got a bit of a challenge with something that's going on and I need some help from the city. They want to know that they can phone you and trust you that you can help them, or at least not tell everybody else what their concern might be. Or that they can phone you and say, hey, look, I just picked up a huge order, I'm going to need some warehousing space. Do you have any ideas as to where I can go? You want them to know that they can pick up that phone and phone you. You're shaping the policies, you're improving communication, so policies like maybe your bylaws are way out of whack. Maybe your signage bylaws need to be changed. I remember that was one of the first things that we changed when we went out and started meeting with businesses. One of the biggest things that all the businesses were saying is the signage bylaws were too restricted. There was issues where other zoning bylaws were being too restrictive, and the cities looked at me. Whole cities have gone out and talked to businesses and changed all of their bylaws, put together task force to review all of their bylaws, all different kinds of things. By just talking to their businesses, they're gathering information that they wouldn't have had. It complements an existing economic development program. It's contributing to community stability through job creation, keeping the jobs here, making sure they're not going elsewhere, strengthening the tax base in the community. It's actually less costly to retain a business than it is to attract a business. I spent 5 years trying to target a candy company to move to Chilliwack. Candy company out of California. We spent 5 years whining and dining this company. We went to California. We took them the best BC wine in California. We brought them to BC. We toured them around the community. We named a street after them. We got land. We were giving them that land at agricultural land prices. We were doing everything we possibly could to get this company to come to the community. And just like that, the community in California comes to them and says, hey, we're going to give you free land and free building. We have a vacated Hershey's factory. You can move in next month. They did. And just like that, we lost it. We spent 5 years, probably in excess of $100,000. The company on the right-hand side went into him. The company is by the name of West Tech Windows. Went into his store, or one time when I finally convinced Chilliwack that they needed to do a breed program. We go into there, said, hey, Casey, I said, how you doing? I'm Dale. We're coming out and talking to businesses, trying to find out, any issues, challenges, opportunities, just want to know a little bit more about how things are going with the company. He says, you're too late. I said, what do you mean you're too late? He says, I'm moving to Langley. I said, what do you mean you're moving to Langley? He says, well, the city of Chilliwack has never once visited my place except with bylaw enforcement to say that, and if you can't see it from here, but to behind the building is an apartment building. And he says, when I've been here, he says, my dad started this, and he says, we've been here on this site for over 50 years. He said, when we built this site, we were the only thing around. Then an apartment building got built about 10 years ago, and he says, the bylaw enforcement officers come by, at least half a dozen times because somebody in the building is complaining because of the smell coming from my building when I spray the resin on the windows, and it stinks too much, and they're angry about it. And then they tell me I have to change something, put in better ventilation or something. And then he says, 5 years later, they build an elementary school just down the street. So just basically probably standing in front of the elementary school where we took that picture. The school's complaining because my trucks are going by during the day when school's in. And it's dangerous. And he says, it's the only time you guys have ever visited me is to tell me that somebody's complaining. But never mind about the 50 people I'm working with. So we're moving to Langley. I said, I said, I'm really sorry about all of that. Is there anything that we can do to save you? And he says, I doubt it. He says, there's no land here. And he said, it would probably take me too long to get my permits. I said, would you give me 24 hours to try to resolve this? And he says, well, I haven't closed the deal on the land. I think he was right. Anyways, he was just threatening. But I said, would you give me 24 hours? He said, okay, you got 24 hours. So we take off, we go, and I call together the building services department, the development services department, building inspector guys, and planning department, and I phoned a realtor, and I phoned a couple of other people, the mayor, Clint. We all got together in the room and we sat down and we hashed out a few ideas as to what could we do to save this company, keep them here. And we identified a piece of land. We got the price, what it would cost. We negotiated it down even a bit more. We knew it was still cheaper than Langley because Langley was still quite a bit more. The building services department said that if there was engineer drawings, they would commit to issuing the building permit in 24 hours. And so we went back to Casey and we said, here's what we can do. We can't give you free land, but here's the land, here's the price. We've negotiated it down for you. We can give you a building permit in 24 hours. We can do all of these things to help make the project happen. And he, that afternoon, put in an offer, a formal offer for the land. And within 3 days, he had closed the deal. And then when everything was closed and finalized, he submitted his building permit. He phones me up and he said, Dale, you better live up to this. Because he said, I will just sell the land and I will move. He said, Casey, I said, I'm going to take a chance. Go ahead and submit it to the building services department. Submit your building permit, we'll see what happens. And he phoned me and he put in the proposal, his building permit application at about 10 o'clock in the morning, and at 8 o'clock the next morning, he got the fax that his permit was approved. And so he went ahead and he built this project. And now, so he built that building, then he built that building, and now he's just doubled the size of this building. He's gone from 50 employees to 180. What did it cost me? Nothing. I did not spend a penny. I didn't even buy the man a coffee. And it cost me nothing, and it was done in 4 days, less than a week, start to finish. And then you look at how long I spent with this candy company, from start to finish, 5 years. So it's cheaper. It is cheaper to do these things, and the impact in the community was great. You're basically finding out what you don't know. If I sat in my office, I'd have never known he was moving. If I'd have sat in my office, he would have never phoned me, because he didn't know who to phone. It's important to get out of the office and into these businesses that are important in creating the jobs in the community. Business walks are great, but they're only one little thing. We're going to talk about that, but they're only one little thing. They're not what you should be doing. Now, you guys have done some really good things around business retention and expansion, and I don't in this presentation, but I do talk about it in the broader presentation. The one that I thought was the coolest when you guys were doing focus groups.
Yes.
And you were bringing together the focus groups. Good way to do business retention and expansion. You had already gone out, met with a lot of these businesses face to face. Now you're saying, hey, let's bring them together, find out what some of those common issues and the challenges are. And you found out about the courier or the shipping stuff, and you managed to get a Purolator or somebody at the airport or FedEx at the airport. It may seem stupid, but that's a big, powerful statement to these businesses to say that you're going to work on things that matter to them. And you solved a huge problem for them that you wouldn't want to solve. There was a company we were talking to in Powell River. We've gone out, we've met with some companies with the city and over time just doing training. And this company said, I'm paying extra to ship my glass to Vancouver. I have to spend money on a truck. This was a regional district dump, and they wouldn't take the glass. Well, the city didn't know that the regional district wasn't taking the glass. The regional district director didn't know that the regional district wasn't taking the glass. and it was some rule that the dump guy had just put in place. And so he was spending thousands of dollars every week hauling glass to Vancouver. And by one meeting, they fixed that problem in one meeting. Never cost the community a penny. But again, he never thought of phoning the Economic Development Office or phoning the city to say he was having this problem. He just thought that that was normal. So it pays to go out and meet with these businesses. You're growing what you already have.
Councillor Turley?
Yes, Your Worship, through you to Dale. So that kind of brings up something in my mind where it's the issue of communication. So did bylaws ever communicate with you that there was an issue with a specific business, or you just had?
I would, you mean if there was a problem?
Yeah, well, the problems you stated for this.
No, but we had a good enough relationship so that every week we could go to the management committee meetings. And those types of, there was a list of businesses that they might have been having problems with. And if we saw that on that list, that, hey, you know what, we might be able to help with that one, or hey, let's go talk to them and see what we can do, that definitely helped us. We also got a list of all new business licenses every month so that we could contact those businesses and just see, how they were doing, if there was any challenges they were facing, and sort of welcome them as well. Right.
Councillor Armstrong?
Along those lines, like I've met with 3 business owners that are looking at moving out of Nanaimo because of the crime that's in their areas. So I don't believe that should be my role, though, to deal with that. Like, I think I listened to it. So in that particular case, who do you refer to? Do you refer to Amrit? Do you refer to, or?
I would. I automatically would refer every business communication that you're having, if you find, and I commend you for doing that, because a lot of people wouldn't. But for you now, just to take and refer that to Amrit, who can then stick handle it through all of these steps.
Right? Yeah, because I don't think it should be council, because then you're opening yourself up to a lot of issues.
It shouldn't be council, and I would agree with you. There's only one aspect of BRD that I think council should get involved with, and that's business walks. And other than that, I think leave that other stuff to Amrit or to whoever's responsible. Who gets involved in business retention and expansion? The economic development and the local government. Community Futures, Chambers of Commerce, Michelle McClay from the province, Work BC, educational institutions. utility sector associations, you used to have a committee or something, didn't you, that did Bree?
Yeah.
That,
There was a response team that was
Right.
made up of a lot of these players that you've mentioned up there. And so once we did the one-on-one interviews with the businesses, identified the issues that they were having, we would refer to whoever was the appropriate person on the response team to get back to the business and provide that. And then, so some of the short-term issues got resolved that way, some of the longer-term issues that there were themes across sectors and things like that, we were able to get help from the provincial government in terms of putting programs on and funding for those specific things. So it was very effective.
yeah, and those teams are good, but they're not something that meets every week. They're something that meets maybe once a year, but you're involved if an inquiry comes up. You just basically have an understanding that if this type of issue comes up, I'm going to refer it to them, and then they communicate back to you with the successes, and you're telling the businesses that you're doing those reforms, so that if they get a call from somebody else, you haven't breached that confidentiality of the information that you collected. That's not uncommon. That's how we were structured. That's how most communities. They don't even necessarily have a committee, they just have referral partners that they don't even necessarily meet with them. Clearwater, one of them does a pretty neat thing where once a year they do a barbecue and they bring all the resource providers that have helped them address issues by communities. They just bring them all together, have a little barbecue, they bring the businesses in too, so it's just a neat way to just maintain that communication. It helps community planning, it can help address zoning issues, land redevelopment, permitting, or signage issues. I don't know what you do with this case around crime, but it's, maybe there's policing programs or other things. I mean, we've had situations where companies want to move because there's no bus service running to the area. So, if they don't talk to you about that, the city controlled the bus schedule, so the city went to the transit and they lined up some adjustments to the busing schedules to resolve these things. But again, if people aren't talking to people, you can't fix them. Improvements in infrastructure, public services to address the business issues. This survey, or this report that you did here, you did a home-based business survey. How did that go over? Did you do it like an online?
We have business licenses through the city of Nanaimo,
Right.
so we had just over 6,000 businesses. So we actually sent them directly to the home-based businesses. So we sent it to the 2,200 businesses, and we received a really great response. Over 20%.
That's good.
Yeah, they were actually just this survey. The businesses were so thrilled that we were reaching out to them and asking them how they're doing and about their work plans. And this is, one of the deliverables this year out of this is going to be the 5 sessions that we help them with.
That's what those were.
Yeah.
Well, and the nice thing about going to these home-based businesses is you never know to what next level they might go. Maybe they have an opportunity to get out of their home and into a shop or into a storefront or there's all kinds of programs, all over North America that we typically talk about in some of our economic development and action stuff, where you're taking home-based businesses to that next level and you're helping them grow. But you don't know that information if you're not communicating with them. And so now you've got a baseline, you've started some communications, and you can go to them if there's opportunities for growth, and they also have a touch point with you so that they can call you and say, hey, this is what I'm thinking, right? There was a perfect home-based business in Lake Cowichan. No Nothing. You ever Know Nothing?
Yeah.
Anybody know Nothing Foods? They're natural food products, granola, snack bars, those types of things. I mean, this company they were operating out of their basement, and the Economic Development Office took them down to California to provincial government was at a fancy food show. And while they were there, they got offered a contract from Southwest Airlines to be the exclusive provider of onboard snacks for natural health snacks. And they had turned down because they're operating out of their house. They just built a brand new manufacturing facility in Lake Cowichan. They were not Lake Cowichan, they built it in Duncan, right there, right? So I think they built the manufacturing facility in Duncan. But it's, again, an opportunity that shows you what, you can grow these home-based businesses by, they realize now what their opportunities were, and now they have a small 10,000 square foot manufacturing facility. Yeah, there's no nut right there. It increases the community's ability to attract investment. You're dealing with those workforce development issues, maybe identifying, challenges on finding skilled labor, those types of things, and then what can the community do to help address that? Identifying those new export opportunities, and you're developing programs for businesses. The one on the right-hand side, Mission BC, Mission, and Stacy there, he went out and he was interviewing his smaller businesses, and a lot of restaurants were in that group. One of the things that they identified was that they didn't have any food safety course training in Mission. But he had a university in Mission. Like the Fraser Valley University had a campus. And it was like just as simple as going to the university and say, hey, in the wintertime, it's hard for these businesses to send their staff to Abbotsford. Sometimes just across that bridge, it can get quite dangerous. And they need training, and they don't want to have to send their employees. Is there any way you can put up to once a month now? There's food safety course. Simple little solution. But you're now helping an aspect, a part of the business in your community get to that next level. How do you do it? You do mail and web-based surveys. Not the best way to do things is mail and web-based surveys. You have good, I wouldn't suggest that for sort of the bigger businesses in your community, but it's definitely a good way to reach a different market. Vernon just did that with their professional services businesses in their community. Interviews, going out, meeting face-to-face. I hate saying surveys, so more of an interview, just have a discussion with them, find out what their issues, challenges, opportunities are. Are they growing, are they not growing? Keep catching those trends, and again, you don't catch those trends by sitting in your office. You're going to get out there and really meet with these businesses and talk about what's going on. The focus groups, which I know you've done really well here. Gatherings, getting your businesses together. Where's the one, West Kelowna? What's the one that they do, where they bring their businesses?
Well, they, with all their business licensing at the beginning of the, or I guess at the end of the year, they send out an invite as well to a business breakfast meeting with council and mayor and staff. And then they just have the tables sort of break out into little mini groups, and they ask specific questions about, how it is to do business there, what can be improved, what are some of the challenges, and they collect all of that stuff, and then they put it into a mini little report that they distribute to everybody who's been there and attended. But then they also take those and put it into their strategic plan for the day, or that work plan for the year, right? Some of those highlighted, those key themes, and some of the actions that they can do that are concerns for the businesses. It's been really successful.
It would be a great program for you guys to implement here, even as to, if you want to find out what your business community thinks around economic development. I mean, it's a good opportunity. Once a year you get them together and, see what kind of things you can do. Then there's business walks. So I'll talk a little bit more about it. There's a new thing called virtual business walks, which is brand new. Business walks is it's a day dedicated to learning about the businesses in the community. It's the one time where I think it's really important that council members get involved in your business retention and expansion program and working, and because you're talking to those businesses that Amrit or anybody in the economic development program is not typically getting to on a day-to-day basis. You're not necessarily getting to the small little businesses in the downtown core and say the malls or in other areas. And Business Walks is really focused on sort of those smaller service type, professional type businesses. And it gets the council members involved. I've only participated in one Business Walks in Vernon. It was an unbelievable experience. I went out with the mayor, and I remember one business we went into, they just literally attacked the mayor, told him to get out of the building, and told us to get out, and not so polite words, and there might have been a swear word when he told us to get out of the building. But the mayor said, well, wait a minute, why? And he said, well, because you ran on a campaign of doing away with paid parking, and I still have to pay to park out the front of my business. The mayor said, well, can I explain why we haven't done away with it? And he said, you said it right off the start, park out the front of your business. Now, we would encourage you not to park out the front of your business. And then he said, this is how we determined not to do with paid parking. And he explained the whole process that the city had gone through after he got elected to determine whether or not they should do away with paid parking, or what other things could they come up with. And they came up with some solutions, and they were implementing them. I think they haven't fully implemented them, but they hadn't communicated what they were doing. And the business owner walked from around the counter came out and I went, oh great, please hit the mayor. No. Volunteer here. And he just took his hand out and shook the mayor's hand and said, thank you. He says, you can come back next year now. He said, I just needed to know. Nobody's communicating with me what you just said, and that all makes sense. But it's a matter of allowing that interaction to happen that does not typically happen. It also showed the city of Vernon that they needed to do a better job of communications, of the things that they're doing to improve certain areas of the community. So a quick video from Abbotsford here.
We are heading out today to do our annual business walks in our business community to get a temperature of where they're at and how they're doing, and is there anything that we can help to enhance their businesses.
The way they did the survey, and they were really talked about the pros and the cons, and I felt really valued as a business owner. Really good about the city is the diversity and the different likes of people, and for small businesses there's a lot of room to grow.
Makes me sort of feel like I am part of something important in terms of the business community growing here in Abbotsford. As much as, yes, there's stress tied to being a business owner, but I really enjoyed it because I really get to know a lot of people in the community. I like to be able to know that I am helping people, that we are providing a service to people that isn't otherwise provided here.
This way is a little bit of an outlet for them to appreciate some of the challenges that we're facing, whether in terms of payroll, in terms of location, in terms of marketing, so the list can go on and on.
It's a good way to help businesses grow in Abbotsford by going out and talking to the business owners and the people that work in the different stores and find out what we need, what will help us succeed.
Every time I go on these business walks, I meet new people and businesses that I become aware of that I had no idea were operating in the city of Abbotsford. So that's actually the best part of my job, is meeting people and seeing whether there's things that we can help them with.
Sort of explains it, that Abbotsford did a good job. But here's the mistake that so many communities make. They think that business walks is the only thing they need to do around break. And if you are going out and you're meeting with businesses, it isn't just a 5-minute conversation. In some of the businesses in your community, it's so much more than that. And one of the big things that big mistake that communities make when they do business walks, or when they even just do general brief, is they don't follow up. When you hear of an issue, if you hear of a challenge, if you hear of an opportunity, can you imagine if I never followed up with Casey at West Tech Windows? If I never went back and said, hey, we got to do something, and I'm going to let them know what we're going to do. Never would have happened. You'd have been in line by now. Same with any of your businesses in this community. If you're going to go out and meet with them, you're going to make them give up their time to talk to you. Make sure that you're giving them something back in return. And that's a phone call back, or an email back, or a visit back, saying, here's what we've done to overcome the challenges and the issues that you may have had. You got to make sure that you follow up. And so many communities will go out and do business walks and then never follow up with those businesses. Right now, virtual business walks is being done in Vernon. So it's simply an email out through the BC provincial system, the Executive Pulse Business Council one. It goes out there, all the information gets logged out into the company information, and 25% of the businesses so far that have responded have wanted to follow up. So Kevin's got a whole plan in place with their development services team. Everybody's got a role to play depending on the issue that they want followed up with. So you got to make sure that you have a follow-up program completely put in place. Now, we're going to do the second part of the exercise.
That's right. Now, should we say what the results were from number 1? The results were the 2 companies that did not get saved were the candy store and the legal firm. Those are the 2 that did not get saved. Who chose not to do the candy store or the legal firm? And what was your sort of reasoning behind that?
I'm trying to cut down on sweets.
So, yeah, okay. So more of a personal choice.
Yes.
Okay, so, Dale's just talked about the importance of having a strong business retention and expansion program in your community. Did I miss you? Sorry, thank you. Oh, you got two, okay. And so now you're saying you have done that in your community. So you've now met with all 7 of those companies. And because you've sat down with them and spent half an hour with them, an hour with them, this is the information that you're getting from them. So instead of just knowing that they're a candy company, you know all of this more detailed information about them. So you can now better perhaps make that choice of whether to save them or not to save them. So there's a yes, no under each company. We're going to ask you to do the same thing. Just say whether you're saving the company. Again, there's only 5 you can save. You still have to let go 2. But read through them all and see if it changes your mind. And maybe it's not the candy store and the legal firm that get let go as a group. So we'll give you just a couple of minutes just to read through it, and then I'll collect them again and we'll just add them up.
Way to go, Aaron, you just killed it.
I got it.
Upcoming company.
Sorry.
Still alive, didn't see that.
Problem is, we don't know is there more than one legal firm, because if there's only one, you still need them. You can't do a business.
But I'm sticking with my same decision.
It's been very helpful.
You say farmers need food.
That's what I thought. As it turns out, it's going down.
Yeah, that's
Man. The narrative for legal firms is getting worse and worse.
Sticking to my original
It's the same as mine.
Sure, just.
I chose a legal firm and the biggest employer from the beginning.
Me too.
But I only did that because I figured if you're that big of an employer, then you should have good employees that know how to keep it going anyways, whether the CEOs are there or not.
My argument was that my argument was with a big firm. Is chances are it wasn't a local firm.
Oh, good point.
And those larger firms, a lot of the money would be going
Out of it, so why do you want to say that?
And they can close down at the drop of a hat.
That's right.
If things get better somewhere else.
Yes, and
Since my comrade uses John to state your state license. That in business 7,
Can you get the business license on a day?
So let's say
Actually, it's awesome. You had ready to go.
What? In the polls.
I don't trust them.
Well, I'd like to see polls right now. We're just the other side to get out and vote.
No, but I remember when they did the landslide.
I know, you can't believe the polls. Well, my thing about polls is, who are they calling to polls?
That's what I mean.
Yeah, the seniors where it takes time.
It's like this legislator, some of this stuff has been going on.
Oh, yeah.
They haven't president's prison yet. Well, I think it'd be interesting with how you.
I was looking for a florist shop.
But you're right about whether it's actually a criminal activity or there isn't enough loopholes closed that the sign off.
I just don't get it though.
For the big bucks.
It's hard to, unless you made a I don't know how you'd make a casket.
You can only take one, so I think we're waiting for a house to sell.
We can make a point. So these, no,
That's right, he's president.
Oh, you can probably get a free time trial because there's lots of people that won't even pay attention to it. Oh, we're talking like this.
Unfortunately.
It's not the intent of giving permission for it, but I don't know how you justify a wood splitter.
That's what I mean. It's going to be interesting. Or the retirement payment. But
Well,
that's signed off.
that was signed off. I don't think you will get around that one.
So was the wood splitter. They all were signed off. That's the whole problem. It's like here.
Retirement pension. Yeah.
It's legal. That's what you can. It's not right morally or ethically. So you've got to change your policies to reflect it. So like in the other way, if you're in travel status, it doesn't matter if you're that, you get your per diem anyway. You can buy that in your pension, to buy more. But you just get your very much.
that's kind of remember
Like your per diem, that's like $6. It's $1,000. What are the meals provided for? Unless it was a.
Right.
Because that was included in its cost.
Well, yeah, because, even corporate level, even at a corporate level, you get a per diem for your meals. Whether you choose to eat at McDonald's or pack your own lunch or whatever, because I think that was changed just for administration and everything, because tracking the receipts and everything.
Yeah, so you have to see how that's right?
So much noise, right?
There's one that you can get for the next time, you
But it's too bad that common sense doesn't work, because it's just like Tracy on our credit card. Well, this was part of the credit card.
Can we get started?
Yes, please. Oh, bring your hands.
Okay. So, it was interesting, the last time around, you said you wanted to get rid of the candy store. This time around, looks like all of you voted to save the candy store. Did anybody vote not to save the candy store? Wow. Okay, so it goes to, now it's funny because everybody voted to get rid of a legal firm last time. They still voted to get rid of it. Just about all, there was some differences this time around as far as, which usually is better if we have the clickers because you can actually get to see the real differences. Once you read information, but like that candy store, you would have thought, let's get rid of it. Once you read the information and you understand through a revisit what the opportunities are, what they're actually doing, because you don't know what they're doing, you get a bit of a different understanding, which is why there's some real opportunity to meet with your businesses to really find out what those opportunities. If I have chocolate in my teeth, I'm sorry, I have a piece of cake. But, so anyways, yeah, so glad to see that it changed in what you were keeping and what you were saving or throwing away. So we're going to talk quickly about small. My goal is to sort of get the rest of this done in the next 15 to 20 minutes, because we want you to have some discussion about different projects, different things that you might want to do as a council, as a community. So we'll talk about small business and entrepreneurship. I'm going to skip this slide, I think. So there's 90% of the world's businesses, it's make up small and medium-sized enterprises. It is a changing global economy, and most of them are entrepreneurs. Jobs come from startups that grow. The chance of landing that big one is really, really small. Like your ability to attract that big business to your community is really small. How many wanted to attract Amazon? Anybody? Did enough of a proposal?
We got Tilray.
You got Tilray. Who needs Amazon, right? There you go. Small can become big. I suspect Tilray was small at one point in time.
Yeah.
And they're bigger. They grow. There's an opportunity to grow those. I don't have this slide in here, but some of the in this presentation, we normally have a slide here that shows you immigrant investors that have started. They've been immigrants and they've come to a country, in this case it was the United States, and they've started their businesses and they've grown into these huge companies. You may not have ever thought about this, but like Google was Russian. Maybe it shows now, I don't know. But Google was Russian. Amazon is an immigrant investor, second generation immigrant. One of the other big companies down there, I can't remember, is a Syrian immigrant. Immigrant investors, immigrant entrepreneurs are just as important to try to work when they come to your community, because you never know what these businesses are going to turn into. The sad thing is, in reality, most small entrepreneurs will fail. But there are those that grow, and there are those that can get really big. And it's important to work with those businesses in your community and help them try to succeed. You can raise awareness, you can use existing programs, you can develop buy local programs. I don't know if any of you have seen lately, but the City of Victoria actually has I think it's Think Local program. It's an app where they go on, they look at this app, and they can identify any local companies that are local made products, and they can shop in Victoria, in downtown Victoria, where they can buy local made products, whether it be food products, arts and crafts, whatever it is. All of these are there. The new BC Ale Trail app that's out there, promoting all the different breweries. I believe Nanaimo, I think you're on the Ale Trail, so you're on that app. I could have pulled it up. We should have pulled that up last night, Colleen. Not that we would have drank any beer, but it would have been interesting to show where things were. Encourage entrepreneurship in your economic development strategies. Encourage entrepreneurship in your community plans. All of those things need to be. You need to incorporate the growth and the support of entrepreneurs into your plans. Create membership programs, co-working spaces. Co-working spaces really do work. I don't think we have a video on it, but We used to have a video on it where it really talks about how co-working is the way of the future. And it does not need to be an expensive venture to get into. It can be cheap. Staples has actually just started to grow their company because of the more Amazons and people buying office supplies online, those types of things. What has Staples got? So Staples has now diversified to where they're turning parts of their store into co-working spaces. They're just piloting it in Eastern Canada, but it's a real opportunity to help support those small entrepreneurs getting out of their homes and into a more environment where they can share resources, share information, and work together. There's a lot of good co-working spaces in downtown Victoria that have been really successful in pulling together some of these smaller technology companies, but they're done by the private sector. Not necessarily done by local government, but encouraging co-working spaces in your zoning is something that you can do. Engage youth and youth adults, supporting youth programs at high school around entrepreneurship, and the university, or other sources, Dragon's Dens, those types of things. The immigrant entrepreneurs, accelerator programs, co-working spaces again, pop-up shops. Pop-up shops is probably the fastest growing trend in North America as far as supporting home-based businesses and new entrepreneurs getting going. Pop-up shops are going all over the place, and would really suggest you look at something like that in the summertime in downtown Nanaimo for extra life, extra activity happening, any city-owned blocks that you have, other things that you can do to allow these shops to just pop up and test the market to see whether or not that they can stay. Do you want to talk about the Langley one, Colleen, or?
There's a 30-second video that'll explain that to you. Yeah, it's pretty quick.
It takes a lot of money to start your own business and be your own boss. ABC Action News reporter Heather Lee shows us the free workshop aiming to get new entrepreneurs into the community.
They call it the Pop-Up Business School because they pop up in low-income areas, hoping to help people chase a dream.
Pop-Up Business School is on a mission to democratize entrepreneurship. We want to make it possible for anyone on the planet to make money doing something they love. And you're probably thinking, why is this thing for free? What's the catch? Well, we get the funding to pay for the event so that you get it for free. Then we just turn up and help you make money doing something you actually enjoy.
18 months later, 89% of them are running.
We teach you how to get going quickly and how to build a business for free.
The Englishman was really what made it kind of special.
Far exceeded expectations.
It helped me to understand how I need to move with my business.
I've been so inspired, I'm going to start right now.
You have actually changed my life.
That's in England, I think, isn't it? Must be.
Yeah, that's in England, and as I said, over 80% of the businesses that they've gone through, there's about 300 people who've attended. They're still in business, and it costs them about 6% to run that program over traditional entrepreneurship training. 6%. It's huge, yeah.
Pretty cheap, yeah.
Let me tell you about a very big contest.
Somebody say contest?
Have you got a brilliant idea for a store?
Yes, I do. Ow!
But there's so many costly steps, you don't know where to start.
Kidding me? I need so many things. I need a storefront, a website, a logo, accounting fees, legal fees, business coaching, marketing. Not to mention keeping up with social media.
We're taking care of all of it.
Seriously?
We've created a contest that helps one new business get set up and launched in the city of Langley. With over $100,000 in prizes, you will be welcomed into a diverse neighborhood with a supportive business community.
So I can win everything I need to get my cactus store started.
That's right. Started Up Langley is open to anyone in BC with a new idea for a retail store. Our judges will choose the winner. All you have to do is enter.
So let me guess. For more information, visit startitup.com.
Yep. It's time to start it up.
Another program that in Kamloops where they have partnered with, and I think Langley's done the same thing here, they partnered with like a local designing firm, a local real estate, a local mall, whatever, and they negotiated special rates for businesses, and then home-based businesses can apply, and then they can get help to test it. They don't have a long-term lease. They just get month lease so that they can test the market to see whether or not it would work for them. And it's a way to fill those empty spaces in shopping malls. market villages, taking vacant lots and allowing, was it one of the state did like $1,000 garden sheds or something like that, allowing businesses to set up, we're all set up inside empty Kmart, empty Walmart, or empty Sears buildings, you know, I don't know if you have any of those, but
What's great about the Langley one though is they open it up to anybody in BC.
Yeah.
So if you were a business or a person who wanted and they lived in the Kootenays, you had to start your business in Langley because they were giving you the space, they were giving you $100,000 worth of expertise. So what do you think is going to happen? They've just attracted business into their community, right?
Yeah.
So it was a great program. The business hasn't opened yet, they have picked a good.
Councillor Hartman?
And here in Nanaimo, being that I was on the board for Community Futures, through the chair to Amrit, because Community Futures does a lot of the economic development, right? And runs a lot of the startup programs and things like that. So I know we're working strongly together with them, right?
Yeah. Community Futures does two things quite well. One of them is their loans program, so they will actually loan to new businesses that are starting up or businesses that are looking to grow that may not receive financing from traditional banking. They take higher risks, so that's one key thing. And they also provide startup assistance and coaching and business planning and stuff like that as part of making sure that their loan that these people aren't just getting money, but they're actually getting some expertise and advice and coaching to do well.
and that's not really what you want to get into. I mean, it's not what the city should get into, sorry, it's coaching or business planning. That's a great role that Community Futures plays in so many of the communities in BC. And Nanaimo's got a, I think it's
Jolene Green, yeah.
You know, it's a great program that has to be done in partnership with the city. I mean, they really need to work together to do different things, but they have a specific role that they play when it comes to those smaller businesses that the city just doesn't play.
Right, but with the city having that partnership is what I was thinking with, number one, the retention, but because Community Futures will also help small businesses grow. But they're federally funded and they are actually to take risks. That's their mandate for business. So if we have a strong Community Futures, which I believe we do, that bodes well for us well.
Sure it does.
Councillor Bonner?
Thank you, Your Worship. And actually, some of these questions may be to staff, so we can always go over these later. But what does the city do when a new business license comes in? Do we just collect the $165 and call it a day, or do we actually reach out to them?
I believe that the staff give them our information. We are going to start sending them a letter that says, welcome to the city of Nanaimo. Here are the services that we provide through our Economic Development Office. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to us. So that's one thing we're going to start to do. But they do have our business cards there, so business licensing staff always share the card and say if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to staff.
Keeping in mind that this is a bit like the Wizard of Oz, our Economic Development Office is over there.
That's why I was kind of moving this direction for the answer. My other question is, do we compare businesses' licenses from year to year so that we can tally which ones have disappeared and which new ones are showing up and what categories they're under?
Yes, absolutely. We have a really good program and we have built a lot of reports to mine that data. So that's one of the things the city's actually really strong in, and it helps all different organizations in Nanaimo, including Community Futures. One of the key things that we do that nobody else does is market research on the Nanaimo area. So nobody really looks at the Nanaimo data other than the city of Nanaimo. We have fascinating information on Nanaimo, you know, in terms of income and everything. We can even compare different locations in the city as to where somebody should set up. We have, the city actually purchases this really comprehensive database for GIS purposes, but it also has another element to it called Community Analyst. And that little program in it is capable of doing amazing things, and I'm just delving into that. So it's all very City of Nanaimo information that's helpful for anybody who's looking before developing a business plan in Nanaimo, or seeing if their plan is going to be viable in Nanaimo. If they're looking at 2 different locations and wondering where they should locate, we can do that kind of analysis through our GIS system at the city. And actually, just very recently, we did something for our transportation department. We are also doing something for another company in Nanaimo that's looking to grow. I just sent that data today, so that's very proprietary to the city of Nanaimo.
And the other one is regarding business licenses. Do we have a category for pop-up shops? I don't think we do. I know that we have one for when we have a conference or something like that, there's a trade show.
We classify all of our businesses through NAICS codes, North American Industry Classification System. So we'll put them into the different sectors. But we do have something that's, I think it's like a market, it's like a short-term license. Is that correct, Dale? That they can just, it's a very small fee and they can do pop-ups. But it's not really called pop-ups, but a lot of people do that around Christmas time. It's a short-term license that they get, and they can sell product.
Yeah, and sometimes you need sort of a zoning change too, like sometimes some zones won't maybe allow, like any type of retail, commercial, whatever, but if it allows pop, some communities are looking at zoning changes just to allow those pop-up shops, right? Because generally they're licensed already, because they're a home-based business. So can that home-based business go into a specific zone just on a temporary basis? Can they set up on a street corner? Can they, whatever? Like, you know, you have to probably look at some policies locally that you might need to put in place to accommodate them. You don't want some bylaw enforcement officer knocking on your door to open a shut down already. The other thing that just around businesses that have closed or businesses that left and not renewed their business license, some communities are getting more and more into doing exit surveys. So when they know a business is gone or a business is going, is to do an exit survey with them to find out why they're closed or why they moved, to see if it's something that the city could, you know, to see if the city's had a role in any of their, or maybe there's things that, you know, that business said, hey, if there was this in the city, I could have supported it. So it helps them. You know, it helps them get to that, you know, it helps you better understand what are there things that the city could be doing that would help support businesses staying there. So investment readiness attraction, because this is always something that most communities seem to want to do, is to attract business, but they need to be realistic and they need to be ready. There's 39,000 economic development organizations in North America. That includes provincial agencies, that includes federal agencies, it includes regional governments, local governments, private sector economic development organizations, states, all these other types of things, so many different economic development organizations. And there's 200 business relocations a year on average. There's 200 business relocations, so you're all chasing the same thing. And don't think for a minute that Tilray isn't the target from some other community. Which, going back to BR&E, is why you need to go out and meet with your businesses, work with your businesses to make sure that they're not being targeted by somebody else. When I was working economic development in small town Lillooet, the agency or the value-added wood company that we had in the community in Brookside, you get the time, phoned me up and said, Dale, he says, I need you to come over. We had a relationship, a good relationship. So he trusted me. I go over there and he says, I want to show you something. Puts this letter in front of me. City of Kamloops letterhead. Letter from the Economic Development Office. You'd be better in Kamloops. Trying to get you to relocate from Lillooet to Kamloops. Now, if I didn't have a relationship with Bob, why would he on the phone to Kamloops and said, hey, how would I do that? Because he knew me, and because he trusted me, and because he was a Lillooet guy, he wasn't going to move. But the fact is, somebody else is targeting those businesses that are in your community. Don't think it can't happen, because it does all the time. Although I really hope you don't go target businesses in Cowichan. Because I just don't think it's good to steal from your neighbor.
You don't poach.
No, I don't think it's good to poach. Think yours fair game, I'll tell you. That's fair game. Always went for me. My policy was until like anything the other side of the bridge, fair game. I'll go after it. Anything on this side of the bridge, I didn't. So nothing from out here. Investment readiness, we encourage communities to do a self-assessment. I believe at one point in time, Nanaimo may have done a full assessment, but we encourage communities to do it, but don't do it unless you're willing to make changes. I can tell you right now that I do not believe the city of Nanaimo would pass the test. Just tell you that honestly. Don't believe the city of Nanaimo is investment ready. Yeah.
Why?
I think when you go through the assessment, you'll find why, and so when we go through the assessment, we're looking at contact information, we're looking at land use planning, are your plans up to date? Are they, where does it sit? Do you have an active business retention and expansion program, which you don't? Do you have information? Yes, you do, so you probably passed that. Do you have an industrial land inventory? I think that's on your plan for this year, but I don't think you have one right now, so you're not ready there. Do you have a lot of active joint ventures? Probably not at this point in time. Do you have the economic development capacity? I would say for a city the size of Nanaimo, no, you don't. Do you have up-to-date site selection profiles? I'd say you're probably close to that. I think if Amber did the assessment, there'd be some areas where she would go, she has it, but it needs improvement. Because I think, you have to be honest with yourself. And we have not assessed one community. We've only assessed one community that I know of that passed. The rest failed. And they failed, for a lot of different reasons. Their websites might not contain enough information, they don't have that capacity, they don't list contact information, they just say contact with a phone number. That's not what people want to know. They want to know a name. They want to know, call Amring. They don't want to know, call Economic Development Services. So what does that mean? And who are you getting? They want a name, they want all those types of things. Like how many categories are they calling? You remember?
Just in the self-assessment, I think there's 60 points.
60
data points sort of thing. But an in-depth one is I think it was like close to 500. So yeah, it really boils.
We don't know a community that really is, really has passed the test. And it's really worth doing because it really identifies some of those things that you need to change at the local level. Only you have the control over. So it's really worthwhile doing. Even just the self-assessment is worthwhile doing. And I would be surprised if you were honest that you passed yourself. We've done it in workshops with communities of 100 different reps, and we've had like maybe one or two people stick out their hands and they passed it when they did the assessment. So at least they're honest with themselves. Music is annoying.
Great idea.
The point is, you all have empty buildings. You have empty buildings in this town, empty storefronts, I'm sure. There are things you can do to fill them. Start with an inventory. These people did the video. It's been quite used by quite a few. I think Crowsnut Pass did it. Quite a few communities have copied this format and then put it on their site so it tells the story of what's actually available in the community. Because a lot of people, even locally, don't even realize what is available. They just assume nothing's available. Investment attraction strategies, you're identifying the needs in a community, you're determining targets, you're usually, strategies are single focus, and what I mean by that is that you need to, every strategy is focused on that sector is different than what it is on the next sector. So a strategy to attract technology is different than a strategy to attract food processing, than a strategy to attract wood manufacturing, because they have different needs, different wants. So you have to, every strategy is unique in what you're doing for every sector that you're trying to target. You need to develop it in consultation with those in the business or those wanting to get into the business. You need to, understand what your locational advantages are and disadvantages. And in some cases, it may not be an advantage to locate in the community. We actually did one for Pitt Meadows, I think it was, wasn't it? And we identified what some of their locational advantages were for different sectors. And it's important to actually do that, to have a look and see what your advantages and disadvantages are, because you're not satisfactory for every sector. You can't be something to everybody. There's certain things that you're just not going to be competitive at. And you need to highlight those. Know your competitors, so you need to know what Comox is doing, you need to know what Victoria is doing, you need to know what you're up against and how can you learn from what they're doing, and maybe even in some cases, how can you build on from what they're doing. Identify the tactics to target each sector, and you're generally doing it in partnership with others, including the province of British Columbia, so it's important to know what the advantages are in British Columbia, and it's not things that sometimes we think of. But when an investor from the outside is looking at your community, they want to know what the advantages are in British Columbia. So you need to have that on your website, and I don't know if it is. I have no idea if you talk about British Columbia's advantages, but we're far better off to keep them on your website than we are to send them to somebody else's. The more information that you can have on your site, the better. Talk about BC's fiscal position. Talk about our affordable power. We think it's not affordable. When we compare it to our neighbors to the south, it's affordable. We still have affordable power. We have affordable natural gas prices. Our medical costs, and now that the fees are completely going to be gone, are substantially cheaper than what our neighbors to the south are paying. I did a study for a company back in the candy company. I'm not bitter about the candy company or anything. But the candy company, we did a study for them, and we looked at medical costs, was one of the studies that we looked at. They were paying, on average, $18,000 per year per employee for medical costs. This was 12 years ago. That's $18,000 a year, US, for every single employee. Probably closer to $24,000, $25,000 a year for every single employee. They're never going to pay that you. They're not going to pay that kind of a cost in British Columbia or Canada, for that matter. But because it's an advantage in British Columbia, you need to talk about it on your website, because the advantage, that provincial advantage, is also your advantage. You need to recognize that those advantages are also your advantages. Low tax rates, training tax credits, our SR and ED tax credits are the best in the world. For scientific research and experimental development, tax credits are best in the world. It's not a complete tax credit where you just get your GST back. You get 100% of your costs back. Labor, building, anything that you spent on R&D is refundable if you apply to the Government of Canada. But most businesses don't know that, which is why you need to go out and you need to talk about it. You also need to do it through your VRME programs. And then tax exemptions that you can do. I think the manufacturing tax credit is still there. I think the things like you're doing locally through the local development zones, those types of things are all advantages. You need to talk about those as well. You need to talk about the regional communities. You need to talk about what can you do or offer. Is it hand-holding? Is it referral to other agencies? All of those things are incentives. That personalized service, your costs, your land costs, your lease costs, are they lower? Your permitting costs, your development cost charges, all of those things, are they lower? Can you compare them to other areas quickly? Because you need to, because the company's going to want to know when they call you. What is it in comparison to Victoria? What is it in comparison to Comox? Where do you sit in that category? Community services and economic development services, labor advantages, what are your skilled laborers, those types of things. And the other thing is, don't just look at the border of your community. look at that 45-minute radius, what is the population you're pulling from? Again, when I used to talk about Chilliwack, I talked about how the population of Chilliwack was 1.2 million people. Because I talked about everything up to the bridge. That was my labor force. And you need to do the same thing here. The labor force within that 45-minute commute area is your labor force, because that's how much a company looks at it. So the more information you can tell them about the labor force in the entire area that's in that 45-minute radius. Then you're talking about sector development. I'm never going to get done in 15 minutes because that was 30 minutes ago.
We'll need a little wrap-up time.
Yeah, I will. So I'm going to just get this done here.
So next meeting.
Quickly.
Yeah, we have to be out of
So let's get that. Skip that. About marketing. You guys just need to do some marketing. You need to, so you definitely need your website, you need social media, you need press releases and that media, you need newsletters to highlight your stuff with your local businesses, you need to build those relationships. You definitely can do email. Most communities can't do everything on here, but you can do everything at least up to the video. At a minimum, that's what you should be doing. Then, if you can afford it, national advertising, trade missions, trade shows, hosting programs, printed materials, printed newsletters and PR firms and direct mail. The best thing that you can do, in my opinion, is the relationships with the provincial government. The trade and investment people are really critical to your success. They need to know what it is you're targeting, what it is you're wanting to do, and so that relationship, and it doesn't cost you a penny. Maybe the odd trip to Vancouver to really talk about it, bring them over here and host them. I think you might be bringing the TIR reps over, talking with them, those types of things. And video is fast becoming something that a lot of people are looking at. Earned media, so anytime you can get some exposure. Here's a story from July 2018 that you got. I think that was in Business in Vancouver or Business Vancouver Island, something like that. It doesn't cost you any money for these. They're generally free media. Videos are extremely important. There's 5 billion videos are viewed daily. Number 2 search engine in the world is YouTube, but it's owned by number 1, Google. It's trackable, it's multi-purpose, and it's affordable. Videos don't need to be expensive anymore. I could show you videos that cost less than $500 that were absolutely award-winning videos, all made by high school students on a community. I mean, it doesn't need to cost you that much money anymore. There's a quick one I'm just going to show you because I love it. Good thing about videos, and you got to remember about economic, there used to be the day when they would make economic development videos, they'd be 10, 15, 20 minutes long. Oh, our community's great, everybody would talk. Oh, you've tuned out after 2 minutes. This particular video is a minute 59. We've seen some phenomenal, we have a whole catalog of videos that we've seen from all over the world on economic development marketing. And these are, we try to pick, depending on the communities we're going to, as to what we pick. There are some amazing videos out there, but if they're any more than 2 minutes, they're garbage. we don't even look at them. Because it's, and if we're just talking, depending on what your market is. Powell River actually does some really good videos, I think they're 30 seconds. But they're all resident attraction videos, physician recruitment, whatever it is they're trying to attract, and there are partnerships with hospitals and healthcare and those types of things. But the videos need to be short and to the point, because otherwise people just don't watch it. But it's amazing how many people will follow up after they've seen a good video. They'll follow up with the community for more information. Create your own website, create your own YouTube channel, and highlight your videos in there, but don't have them longer than 2 minutes. We wanted to close off with just a bit of time to reflect and engage, brainstorm some programs or initiatives in your community. I don't know, Jake, if we're a little bit out of time, we can still do this whole exercise. Just do a bit of a roundtable, just some open discussion.
Yeah. So we were hoping to get as much on the table as possible for you, and get a bit of a sense of. I think we got a bit of a sense midway through today about some of your thoughts. If there's anything.
What was it?
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's just go back here. So the next steps for us are going back to our strategic plan and doing whatever 30,000 foot infrastructure into that, and then we can go back to Aaron's question or comment about what problem are we trying to solve with the model that we're choosing. So are we going to jump in a deep way with, really understand, rebuild our function in a robust way, or are we just kind of not going to do that? And because these are all the tools that are available to us, but yeah, I do see a link to a communications function on this. We see that over and over again on this. We are advertising for that person, so no matter what, there'll be a direct link into that for us. And I don't know if there's any questions or thoughts on this. This is just to get stuff on the table, and I guess the next step might be to pursue this roundtable or a more strategic next step about visiting with all the players and have a forum or something like that, and then maybe do an economic development strategy later this year. It's not in the work program, it's not in our budget. We have to figure that all out, but we need to inform our budget going into the fall. So there's all those things on the table for us right now.
Thank you for those provocative comments, which I think are all important, by the way. So Councillors Kesselbrock, Armstrong, and then Bonner and Thorpe, and reminding everybody that at 4 o'clock we are definitely out of here. I'm going to go sign some stuff that I gather is important, and we all got to be downtown at 4:30.
I think that from what I'm hearing, there's a gap in the business expansion and retention, and that's something that I think that would be good to figure out what is the best way that we can fill that gap, either developing more something in-house or having an arm's length contractor. In terms of an economic development strategy, I think that is a great idea to develop in some form of like sessions of roundtables, or where there's larger engagement from the rest of the community, and what that looks like and how that's facilitated. I think that we need to have a bit more discussion on that, and I would really like to hear more from Manhas, just on sort of her thoughts, having been in the game in Nanaimo for so long, where the gaps are, what may be a useful model for us to pursue.
Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, I just echoed what Ben said. I'd like to see or hear from Ms. Lambert, the pros and cons of both, because she's been involved in both, what she sees, and also I think because most of this council did not get a copy of your report on the speculation tax and how that's hindering our business opportunities as well. I think that would be important for them to hear that, because I think that wasn't in camera. I don't know if it can be released or not, but we definitely know we felt the effects of that when that came in. Thank you.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think working on our strategic plan to see where we want to be 5, 10, 15 years from now is crucial to seeing how we want to utilize our economic development to fit that plan. And I would like to see a lot more conversation on arts and culture in our city. But even, I think there's also a philosophy here. As I just quickly went through our city website, And there's nothing on the city, I couldn't find any link on the city website to economic development. And there is an economic development newsletter, but it's only a sign up for one. But there is a link to doing business with the city, not doing business in the city. And I think that's kind of important, right? Even though this isn't going to be, our city website isn't our economic development website, it should certainly be leading all over the place too.
Absolutely, it should have a link to it.
There should be like a great big banner on all the pages that says investment in Nanaimo or something like that, right? And then just sending them off to Emirates, the website. But I think these are more philosophical questions, but I'm quite keen on the idea of getting a strategic plan, figure out how we want to do our economic development to implement that plan.
Councillor Thorpe. Thank you, Chair, and I'll be brief. So first of all, appreciate the presentation. Thank you both very much. Great information. Some of it I thought related more to strategies and tactics, whereas we need to first of all tackle the big issue of what the model would look like and how much funding and staffing we want to put into that. The other point I think I'd like to make is to acknowledge the work that Amaret's done. Because since NEDC folded, I think there's some sort of perception on the part of some people that we are not doing economic development. So I do appreciate your work, and I know I do as well. But I think we need to expand that role, and which model we choose, or whether it's a hybrid or not, I think would be an important discussion. I'm not sure I agree with my colleague, Councillor Geselbrecht, that we need public engagement on that. This is our decision to make. So that's a debate we can have later. But great information to get us started on this road. It's such a crucially important function to our city, so thank you.
Councillor Turley, and then I want to jump into.
So the phone call I received was a little disturbing. It, in my opinion, points out some of the deficiencies we have with regard to developers being able to get timely information in the city of Nanaimo, and I would like to know who I should approach. I don't want to give out the information to this person in front of everybody at home, but I need to know which staff person I should.
What's the question? What kind of question is the?
Well, they're ready to pull the pin.
Bylaws, though, is it what area?
Okay, so they have a business and they're not happy?
Well, they're trying to develop a piece of property, and I don't know all the details, so I don't want to. I mean, if there's no public here, I can tell you who it is.
No camera, there's a camera.
Oh, okay, then I'm not going to say that.
Tell us in camera.
Well, you can tell me outside.
Okay, I'll follow up.
I want to come back to a phrase that Dale used earlier in the proceedings when he talked about what people wanted, and I was thinking, what do people expect? And it leads back also to the issue of communications, which I think Mr. Rudolph has led us back to on many, many occasions. And obviously a lot of what takes place around economic development is around communication. So you are essentially selling the city of Nanaimo. That's the guts of this. We are selling this as a place to come and do business, or expand your business. But with the goal in mind, I think all of us quite focused on this is creating meaningful employment that enables people to support themselves and their families. So that's the guts of this. So communications has to be a big part of it, but what's the expectation? And the expectations have to be, I think, supported not by the citizenry in the larger sense. To be quite blunt, I suspect 9 out of 10 people in Nanaimo don't think much about the city and economic development, but the 10% who do, who are largely entrepreneurial themselves, or working in businesses, or operating businesses, or managing businesses, they want to see us take charge and make it clear that when you come to the city of Nanaimo, where is it that you go and who do you speak to, and what is the process, and is that information readily available? Because as Dale wisely pointed out, the number is quite striking. I see that as 390 suitors for one business relocation. that's the number, it's 390. Yeah. I mean, that's a remarkable number of people. So clearly, doing that is not going to be the successful strategy per se. And so what is that strategy? And as Councillor Barnes says, what does that look like? So I think we have an awful lot more to talk about. Both, I appreciate Councillor Thorpe's concern about we have to make the decision, and he's absolutely right, we got elected to do it. But I think there was an expectation, in fairness to following Councillor Geselbrecht, that it would be done in consultation with the community in a way that blowing up NEDC wasn't done in a consultative way with the community, that you have to have that business community support on board, and places like the university, because we have some significant economic advantages, which not every community has a university, not every community has a significant already existing arts and culture sector, not every community has this wonderful geography or wonderful climate or all of those things that make this such a fabulous place to live. And as Dale again and Helena pointed out, we have some wonderful things here that when you come to this community, if you were a stranger, you would say, wow, this is amazing. I just think this is a really positive opportunity for us. In any event, I'm sorry for talking so long, but we do want to get out of here by 4 because we've got the committee of the whole down at Shaw. Is there anything anyone else has to say at this point?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All those in, well, hang on, just before we go, I just want to express on the record before we wrap up our thanks to Dale and Colleen for their work here today, and I'm sorry I missed the first part of it, and to staff who reported earlier, to Ms. Manhas, and I can teasingly say her whole department attending this, which is both a bit of a teasing, a compliment, and a way of me emphasizing that we just can't carry on like this. It's not fair and reasonable to any human being to do that any more than it is to Chief Fry, and that's another issue for another day. So, any discussion on the motion to adjourn? All those in favor? Motion carried. Thank you so very much, everyone.
Yeah, so we're